Start pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag. And to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, you said earlier.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today just asking you to watch over this meeting, to be with all of us as we go through the week, and to help us make the decisions that are according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Read the minutes from last meeting, and I make a motion to approve them as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Give me just about 2 seconds here. All right, I've got bills.
Make a motion, we pay the bills in the amount of $416,525.44. That's my motion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have some adds and abates. It's, numbers 142 through 145. The total change on that is a negative $535.20.
I make a motion, we accept these adds and abates in that amount.
Sorry.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think I left each of you an email from Missy Lancaster that she was not going to make it over today. I do have the sheriff's numbers here. Take a look at those.
Sheriff's numbers, total prisoners 25, in-house 21, farmed out 4. Their release date last week, 148 911 calls. Total jail contacts are not available. Calls for service 520.
I have some more things we can probably get into a little later, so I think that's all I've got for right now.
Bill, would you like to come up?
Sure. River City, your update. We're on the final leg, guys, on the new construction of your project. This week, we're going to be trying to wind down flooring. Pretty much done. We've got the tile laid in the corridor. We've got one courtroom left to do and a couple walk-off mats. But that'll all happen probably by Wednesday. The detention furniture and the detention screens on the mezzanines will probably be done by the end of the week, pretty close. I've got final cleaners here. We're final cleaning all the drywall partition areas. We'll finish up with the jail section. We've got a little painting to do there when the detention equipment's done. Try and wait till the last to do the touch up on the doors and the walls and things like that, so that they're in nice shape. We're shooting to punch on April the 12th. The architect will be here to do the punch list.
What days again on when the architect?
April 12th.
Okay.
Your furniture is due in April 25th, so we want to get punched prior to that and have at least the majority, if not all, the punch work done before the furniture gets here. The remaining work is basically this parking lot. I'm a little concerned with the subgrade in the parking lot. We got it down to subgrade. It was pumping, but it was wet. We're trying to get it to air out, and then the rain hit us. So I was hoping by the weekend it would be dry. It looks fairly dry this morning. It's not completely dry, but they're calling for rain Wednesday. I'm going to try and get to Call Valley here tomorrow, and we'll look at it. But it appears to me we're gonna have some unsuitable areas, where the car wash was, just kind of all this blacker looking type soil that you see is not very suitable, but hopefully we can do something with it, but that'll be, Paul Valley's call. There are two items that we're down to the wire on. We did get our water softeners in last week. But we still do not have a hot water heater. I'm being told that we are 8 out of 75 at the factory. The hot water is 100% complete with the exception of the gas valves. They can't get gas valves for whatever reason. So, that's the last update I have on that. The VFDs that run your fans on the roof, were supposed to ship Friday. So haven't seen them yet, but they were supposed to ship out Friday. So those were the two major things that we were concerned about getting to the project. The hot water heater, we've already switched manufacturers once because we couldn't get it through the first manufacturer. This is the second go around. They're all having the same problem. It's the gas valves. So, but, we'll update you when we know anything on that, but, any
All the
questions?
furniture is coming. I mean, that's already.
On the 25th, yep. That would be everything bought through Benson, through the architect. I believe that's the name, Benson Company. But
Who's walking through on the 12th, Gary? Just you? Well. Can we get one of the commissioners to go too? Danny, are you available on the 12th?
Yeah.
That would be excellent for you to go through there with the punch list. Okay. Just having a commissioner there, I appreciate it. He's a construction guy, so.
no problem.
What time are you doing it?
She didn't give me a time yet. I can try and get a time and I'll get it to you.
Any big change orders that you know of? Any change orders?
Small change order.
They're really small, aren't they? Small $50,000 one.
Actually, this is basically Danny's request, I think we discussed it, putting some bollards.
Bollard.
In the, trash enclosure.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Don't hit the back wall of the.
right.
Yeah.
They've got specs on that.
Yeah, we're having those made locally here. It was kind of late to get those submitted and approved through the cold chain of command, but they'll be the same type Ballard though. We're just getting them made local.
It's where the dumpster don't hit the back wall, right?
Yeah.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, the only thing I can see that could run into any value as far as dollars would be if this lot is unsuitable and depending on what they want to do there. Yeah, yeah. And we've had some struggles there. We ran into the sewer, we ran into this storm drains over here. You guys had trouble with your machine, broke down for a couple of weeks there, but, weather's our biggest factor right now, so.
All right.
But
When's the next time we're going through?
What?
When are we going through
I
there?
don't know when you guys want to get set up to go through.
Second week of April, maybe?
So what is,
the 12th is the second week, I believe,
12th is?
12th is
I believe.
We don't,
Tuesday, I think.
Yeah.
12th is.
we don't all want to go through your punch list with you.
Yeah,
So I think the 11th would be
Just
the
him.
meeting that week.
So
Yeah, you'd be the
wait
day
after the
before.
punch list to go through.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the following one.
Following week?
18th.
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Anything else?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bill.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
AMR?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with AMR. Ambulance transport numbers wise, we're at
I didn't do it.
10 transports in the last 7 days. And so far for the month of March, we're at 47 transports. So pretty steady. And really not much going on. Still working on recruiting for our one open paramedic position, and have some promising looking options for that. So yeah, can't think of anything else to report on. Anything for me?
I don't have any. You guys?
All right. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Doug?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Doug Bartlett, Fire and Emergency Management. On the report I gave you, 8 calls for the week, 3 are grass fires, motor vehicle accident. We had a passenger vehicle fire, a heavy equipment fire. We were dispatched and canceled en route on 1 call, and then we were dispatched to a motor vehicle accident and did not find it. When the units got on scene, there was no accident, so probably just somebody pulled over on the shoulder and somebody else called it in. So 8 calls for the week. Total year to date is 147. There is a chance of severe weather tomorrow evening into the overnight hours. Primary hazards will be strong winds, hail, and possibly an isolated tornado. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as we move forward. And then there's supposed to be wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour tomorrow, so we'll have a burn ban on tomorrow to account for that as well, leading into the storms. Linda went to training last week in Wichita, completed that on setting up exercises, and then Dee is headed to Wichita this week to do the Draeger SCBA recertification training so that he can work on our Draeger SCBAs. That's all I have, unless you have anything for me.
Yes, I got something on fire extinguishers. We talked about this a few months ago as far as getting set up to inspect our own fire extinguishers.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do anything on that to check?
Gary sent me some information on it, looking into it. I haven't got it completely analyzed, if you will, at this point, or contacted the company to make sure we can go through them to get training. Gary found a potential online training course.
I'd like to pursue that and see, because we spend a lot of money doing that. So,
Absolutely. Countywide, we spend a significant amount of money. So,
okay, that's all I have. You guys?
Thank you.
I have the farmland lease that was approved with Kenneth Baugh. He has signed the lease, returned it, and made the first payment that's required, so I think there is a place here for the chair to sign and me to attest. So I think we need a motion to approve signing that lease.
I'll make a motion that we approve our chair to sign the lease for the farm.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I have a couple of resolutions, but I think maybe on some of that Sean was gonna talk about it too, so we might catch that when he's in. One of them is concerning the stop signs at various, or stop and yield signs at various intersections, and the other is surplus property.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I will need a little bit of executive session time today for personnel whenever we want to get to that. There's no hurry on it, but
How much you gonna?
well, I was thinking 10, but maybe 15. I don't know. You never know how long it's going to take.
David for personnel. You got anything you need? Barton, you like to come up? You with us?
Burton Harding, County Attorney. Just here to, number one, update you on our software deal. We've reached out again, heard nothing. So at this point, I think we're going to go ahead and go with the company we've been talking to and who gave us that proposal. Again, I'm real comfortable with that. And then with that software, I think it'll be a good transition for everyone. So I'll reach out and go ahead and get the wheels turning on that.
What was that amount?
It was approximately $45,000, 5,000 of which would be due this year. So in next year's budget, when I submit that, I'll have I'll be asking for about 40,000 to pay for that next year.
So I realize there's only one bid, but why do we not go out for sealed bids on this stuff, Bill? I mean, we talked about the other things. Why is this?
Typically on something like this,
Yeah.
each software program is so much different that you can't really just, you can't say, give me a box this big. I mean, they're going to each be different. So you got to look at each one separately and so sealed bids don't work very well usually. Sometimes we do formal requests for proposals, and that's where that comes in. But he couldn't even get him to respond.
I realize you only have one. I understand that, but
Sure.
I just wonder why we didn't.
Sure. I'm sure you've heard, we've got a new judge selected, so we'll be getting,
One from out there.
it's the Dickinson County Attorney, so she cannot be sworn in until she's a resident of Linn County, so I'm sure she's trying to make arrangements now to find a place to rent or live, but, so I can't tell you when she'll be sworn
What are you
in
looking
or,
over here for? You want her to give her a card? How are you emailed her?
so we know who it'll be, but we don't have a timeline yet of when she'll be sworn in or anything like that, so we're still, I guess, kind of waiting on that, but, and still moving forward. I think our Judge Harth, who's been acting as our judge, has set a bunch of jury trials in the month of May, so we're getting pretty close to that and trying to figure out.
Have you had a jury trial since you've been?
Not since I've been county attorney, no.
Okay.
We haven't been allowed.
I know. I just wanted want him to have about 40 of them in a row, so he looks
it'll feel like
exhausted.
that. You know, I spoke to one of the defense attorneys who said something like he's got a jury trial set every week from April till July or something, like, because the courts are beginning to open up, so the floodgates are beginning to open. So
I know somebody wants to be on jury duty.
I'll let the clerks know.
I got close.
Other than that, I don't think I have any other information unless you guys have questions.
Anything?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Guys, have a good day.
Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. I've just got a couple things this morning. We had our open house on Saturday over here at the fairgrounds. We had not as good a turnout as I would have
How
hoped.
many did you have?
We had 23 members of the public, including Jackie's granddaughter. She was there. And we had 12 committee members come. So we had, 35 total. So it wasn't as good as I hoped, but it was better than none. So there you go.
Feel like you accomplished anything?
Yeah, Jennifer had a really good presentation. We had some good discussions with the people that were there. Yeah, I thought it was good.
So when's it going to end? When we?
We're shooting for the end of June.
Okay.
And then the base grant was supposed to have been announced on Friday. I got an email Friday that said we got way too many applications and we need more time. So they've extended that another 10 days. I don't know if they'll stick to that or if they'll extend it again when they get 10 days. I heard they had like 300 applications, so we'll see.
That was statewide for
Statewide, yep,
how many million?
100
million.
100 million, yeah. So, do you guys have anything for me today?
I don't have anything.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks. John, is he around?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I have a couple of resolutions, one 2022-14.
Did you get those revisions I sent you on those?
Yes.
I printed them off your revised. Second one I'll get into.
Twenty 2022-14s for declaration of surplus property of 96 Ford F800 dump truck, front deck mower, John Deere 72-inch. Then it's a 2013 zero-turn mower. That's John Deere also, I guess.
Are you putting it on Purple Wave?
Yes.
Look at this.
Why, you want to explain the stop sign one?
I'm sorry.
You want to talk about the stop sign one? You want to kind of explain what's going on there so everybody can hear it over the camera?
The other resolutions, 2022-15, and these are control signs, stop signs, yield signs. These are on unmarked county intersections, mainly in the area of, or southwest of Centerville, on intersections that were uncontrolled at this time. And these are the recommendations from our sign department in reference to the standards that he was trained on. He and another individual went out, marked all these out, and came up with these recommendations.
Are they four-way stops? They two-way stops? What are they?
It depends on the intersection
Okay.
and the standard. Each one is different. Some are stops, some are.
How did he determine, like, if it's two stop signs, two or more stopping, which way those stop signs were going to be?
It's spelled out in the MUTCD.
Some of it's
Yeah.
line of sight and then others.
It's the amount of traffic and the line of sight and,
Because you know you're going to get phone calls on it.
Yes.
Why are you putting a stop sign there?
These are all based on the standards for the traffic guidelines in the MUTC, and each intersection is controlled, like Gary said, by traffic flow, by line of sight, by clearances, and the terrain in the area dictate the control methods on that intersection.
I was the one that talked to him about it because I had multiple calls about the area that he's talking about. And there was a lot of traffic out there as far as farm equipment and trucks going at the time. And two different individuals called me one time and said, nobody knows who's stopping or what, and it's dusty.
Yep. No, I don't disagree with it. It's just the ones that live on the road that's got the stop sign partners are the ones that's going to complain. All right.
It looks like 23 different intersections that he'd made recommendations for.
And so that signage is going to require 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 signs, right? Stop signs. We're going to be buying a lot of stop signs.
Going to be buying a lot of stop and yield
And
signs.
they're like a $200 a piece, $300 a piece.
Correct. I'm not for sure what the exact price on each one, but the reflective signs are somewhere in that neighborhood.
Because they have to have the special reflective stuff on them.
Correct. And then they'll have to have the mounting system and the poles.
Sure.
I would recommend that if you're going to pass this, that we not publish it until he's got the signs in hand. Because once it's published, it goes into effect, and those signs really are supposed to be posted within 10 days thereafter.
Does he have the signs, or do you know?
I don't believe he's
And all the
got this number of signs or materials yet.
We're putting them on 4x4s. Is that what we're putting them on?
I believe it's the metal breakaway
Metal
with the base on it.
Why do we use the metal instead of the wood? Do you know?
I do not.
Probably causes less damage when it gets hit.
And I do know that it is easier to replace those because if the base itself isn't damaged, you can just set a new pole and bolt it in.
And where's that money coming from? We'll say 30 signs out of all that. We'll just throw in a number out there. Could be less, could probably be more. With the poles and the attachments, we're talking $400 $500 a sign to put it up.
No, I don't think it's going to be that extreme. I think the total on all of it, as we were talking, was somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 to 5,000.
For all of it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all of the questions I had.
You think we should wait and make the?
I think you should pass it now so he knows to go ahead and get them ordered, but give David instructions not to publish it until he hears that we have signs on hand, because once it's published, it goes into effect, and once it goes into effect, you only got 10 days to get stuff up, so.
I don't want to read it, but it'll be published in paper, but, make a motion that we pass resolution number 2022-15. This is for a total of, how many areas? 25?
23 is.
23 areas will be reviewed for stop signs and posted. So I'll make a motion that we pass this resolution and publish it at a later date once the signs are in.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Will that work?
And then you haven't made a motion on the other resolution.
I know, I got it right here. Make a motion that we pass resolution 2022-14, declaration of surplus property on 4 items, and they're going to be placed in purple wave. That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Last week, we interviewed for the operator one position we have open in the Mound City shop. We interviewed Zachary Daniels. We'd like to recommend hiring Zachary as a operator one in the position at 8A, which is $14.8538 an hour, until he's able to complete a CDL program and get his license.
We have to send them off for the CDL now, right? Or,
We're going to have to send them to training, yes.
yeah, we used to do it in-house, but we can no longer do that.
So what's the last name?
Daniels.
I'll make that motion that we hire him at that individual amount for an operator.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I have the estimate on the road grader. David, I think I sent that over to you on an email.
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't print it out or anything.
I've got it printed, but I sent it over to you to send on to the insurance. The first estimate on the damage is going to be $28,490, and that's before it's torn apart. And but the walk around is $28,490, and then any other parts, obviously, when they break it down, that may come up, is the estimate on it.
So has our insurance looked at it, David, or do they look at it?
They've already looked at the claim and approved the tow bills and stuff to get it out, and they're just waiting on this estimate so I'll get that into them today, and they'll give us an approval to go ahead and get started.
We have to wait for that approval in order for it to get it up there.
It's up there and it's
Fair
been walked around, and now we'll wait for them to sign off on
It's
beginning the
actually
work.
walk around, it hasn't actually been broke down yet.
No, it hasn't been broke down.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the long-term plan for that? Like, are we getting ready to get a new one, or, I mean, what's?
My next one is the 3 that are on the buyback program that I'll bring to you, and we'll discuss those, but this one I don't. Depending on how this repair goes, this one will be at a later date after we address those
Hey,
3.
Sean, when are you gonna bring that to us?
I anticipate bringing that to you in the next couple of weeks.
Can you, brief everyone next week on the like read into the buyback program? So everybody will know.
I'll be off to train, but I'll either do it next week, or if
send
I'm
us an email.
unable, I'll,
Email it to us.
I will attempt to get that information out to
Because-
you, and
None of us like to be like trying to figure it out in the last second.
not a problem.
Now, is this the 3 of the oldest ones we have, or how is
Are these the John Deere's?
These are John Deere's, and they apparently, when they were purchased with an additional option of a 7-year, 7,000 mile, or I'm sorry, hour buyback. And we're coming close to that on a couple of the machines.
Wasn't it a guaranteed amount too?
Yes.
Yeah. So whatever we paid for them, they guaranteed in 3 years. If you want to sell it, we'll buy it back for you at this amount. And you haven't researched to see if the graders themselves are worth more than what their buyback program is, have you?
I have not.
Was that price set at 3 years ago then? I mean,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So it may be worth,
a lot more money than
Yeah,
what was in the
maybe.
buyback.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be the way equipment is right now.
but the problem was, and the kind of the reason why we did that, if I remember right, is we had road graders that had just crazy amounts of hours on them for road graders. And they were in there, when we got ready to get rid of them, nobody wanted them, I mean, for a little of nothing. And they thought that this would be at least an opportunity to, if we decided to do that and purchase new ones, at least an option on it, whether we want to do it or not. And if they're worth more, we'll get more of a trade-in somewhere else. And if you remember that one day, it was between Cat and John Deere, and we were going to go with Cat there for a while, for about first half of the session, and then we bailed and went to John Deere. So they were pretty close in price and everything. So I think they had that buyback program. They had something else they offered that Cat didn't offer, and we were fighting over steering wheels at the time, if we needed one with a steering wheel or not. So
That's still an argument
yeah,
with the operators.
yeah.
Todd spoke to you last week. We'd like to go out to bid for the 5.5 mile project on Ungenhauer from 239 to 69 or 850 road. The thickness will be a 1.5 inch overlay, and we'd like to go out to bid for it and the striping for that section of roadway.
You don't have any, how many people are going to bid on it? How many companies bid on it last time or bid on something last year?
I believe 3,
Okay.
but we'll send it out to each ones that did the
What do they do? Actually
10
take
point.
some off, or they just overlay 1.5 inches on what we
They
have?
don't they rough it?
I think they prep it and
Yeah.
then do the overlay, but I'm surmising that from what I've seen. So
I don't have a problem going out for sealed bids on that.
I don't either.
But since we're talking about roads, we talked about chip and seal last week, and I got to thinking about that. I'm like, during the 70s and 80s, that's what everybody did, was chip and seal everything. And then guess what? When they had holes, guess what they did? They went and patched them and rolled them out. And we didn't have overlay then, but we just re-chipped and sealed the roads afterwards too. We didn't overlay. So I would like to see a project started this year where each district does a few miles of new road, completely new gravel road that needs to be converted into chip and seal. Because we have some short distances of houses that there's several different properties on it, and there's no reason why we shouldn't try to improve the county. And if it's $18,000 a mile to $20,000 a mile, I think we should do each district should do 5 miles this year. We should find that. The commissioner should find those roads that we think is available and do that. Spend that $180,000 for chip and seal, because we're not getting anywhere. You can say whatever you want, but we're never going to get anywhere with gravel except to put more gravel on. And this is a way. And then guess what? I think the reason why they don't want to do chip and seal is because they don't want to patch. And you don't have to do an overlay on chip and seal. We didn't do it when I was growing up, and I don't think you have to do that. I think you can re-chip and seal something again. I don't know that for a fact, but as I remember, that's what we did. We didn't have overlay. So, I mean, that's nice to have, but if at $230,000 a mile, if you're prepping a new road to do it, then obviously it can never be done. But chip and seal is a possibility. So that's what I'd like to see the commissioners consider doing is 15 miles this year. And it can be at the end of the summer. But it's ridiculous that we don't try to improve the county road system.
Do we have to go out to an engineering firm or anybody to decide how much right of way we have and how much we need for ditches if we do gravel roads, like he's talking, to make it?
If you're just going to chip and seal what's there,
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be, I don't think you'll need any engineering on that, because you won't be really changing the road
We have to have
bed.
24 feet.
Well, hell, they go up to the fence line now. The road's so flat.
Well,
Do they have to have 24 feet?
on chip and seal, I don't think that requirement is there. I think that's only if you're going to go in and build a blacktop road.
I want to look into that, and I'd like to push that issue. I really would.
I saw last week, and Jessica and I took some online training over some grant funding coming down, and we can inquire about that as far as the parameters of it, and I can push it out to you all on an email and let you know about it, and then I can start looking at it.
And then also, how are we determining, since we spend a lot of money on these overlays, how are we determining how these roads are overlaid anyway? Who's making that call? This road needs it right now versus this road.
I'm making my recommendations based off recommendations from the asphalt supervisor or director.
And does he have a spreadsheet or what when we've overlaid 1077 and different roads throughout the county that,
He has
you know?
the history in the shop of the overlay
Okay.
things. And
Not that I doubted that,
knowledge of
but
the roadway.
yeah, I just wanted to make it clear
A
to
lot of those
public.
are old handwritten books from the prior supervisors.
And all this inch and a half overlay is done by outside contractor.
That's correct.
But we've done it. Haven't we done overlay as well?
I couldn't tell you, not the last overlay that was done last year while I was here.
No, I know
It was
that.
done by a company, but
Yeah, I know. But prior to that, I think we have the equipment for it, right? But it's cheaper or as cheap to do that so we can keep our road crews out.
from what I've been advised, it's cheaper for us to contract these out because the companies that do this make their own material. So by the time we buy the material and lay it, they can lay it for less because they make their own product.
Okay.
The chip and seal are all done by our.
Yeah.
I think we have contracted chip and seal out, but we don't as a rule.
Yeah. And this is an opportunity for those 15 miles of road to get the ditches right, to get the mailboxes right, and the roads right, and then chip and seal and be done with it. And they'll last for 3 or 4 years.
You're talking 300,000. I mean,
Maybe. Yeah.
I just think that's unfair to everybody else in the county that won't be getting the blacktop. My opinion is I'm having David look up the rock budget, what we spent in 2017 and what we're spending now. I would like to get all the ditches and roads up to par, and then we focus on that stuff. Utilize the money that we saved on, the rock that we've been wasting for the last 3 years since I've been here. Just every year the budget keeps going up for it, and we keep putting on the road and losing it. But that's my opinion. I think that'd be the best way to.
And you're right, Danny. It will be unfair to some people, but if you just do that every year, a certain amount, it's going to help the county out.
well, it's just like yesterday, I was driving the gravel roads and I reached out yesterday afternoon to the landowners to see about laying the dirt. It's all farm fields. And laying the dirt back over on them, and I didn't have an issue. I found a mile of road that we can lay the dirt out and put it on the farm fields. And I reached out to her this morning and told him where it was. So.
And what are you meaning? Just push it up on them, or put it in a pile so they can come get
Push
it?
it out in the farm field.
Okay.
We're laying it clear out.
Okay.
It's an open farm.
There's no
fence.
fence. Okay.
And they didn't have an issue with it. They said that they'd sign off on it. They was glad to get.
There you go.
something done.
Yeah.
And we've got lots of that in the county.
Yeah.
I mean, I can take you out west here and show
No, I
you
know.
mile after mile that we've got an operator that's done that. And, I think we've got a lot of opportunities to do it. We've got to do it when the crops are.
Yeah.
Or, where there's a fence, we can't do it. We're laying this dirt up on the county right of way. And personally, I don't like that. I think we ought to pile it up and.
Well, if
give
I
it
was
to-
the landowner, I would like it if I had a fence and you're just throwing it up there. I can't mow.
And that's not gonna work, because the people with our mowers or the people that's mowing.
Yeah.
If that dirt's up on that bank like that, they're not gonna be able to mow. We're gonna tear their mowers up. We're gonna tear our mowers up. I wanna see us take it to the landowner, as far as load it up in the truck. And there's lots of landowners out there that'll take the dirt. It all came from them anyway, off their ground.
David's looking up the budget we have this year, but our budget in 2017 was $546,000 for gravel alone. And I don't know what it is this year, but
And some of that may have been to go with chip and seal, because I can't tell just looking in there real quick, but yeah, I'm looking at this year's.
and my idea was to get a crew together for 3 years, go around and fix all the ditches, maintain everything, and then utilize the funds that we're saving, which I believe will be hundreds of thousands, but I don't know that for a fact. And then we utilize that money for the asphalt.
17, 500,000.
And there's this year's budget amount. And what I'm looking at is surface material in the districts, and then in the all district, the line I looked at is, find it.
Some of that cost.
Cover material is the way it's listed in the all districts. So some of that may be like the chip and seal rock and things in there, and I'm not sure without looking at every line to see where we're at.
Some of that increase too is the cost of rock is really went up too.
Roughly from 17 to 2022, roughly $200,000 more.
I don't know, rock's increased per ton quite a bit in the last few years. Well, I'm for getting the ditches cleaned out. I am. I mean, I think there's lots of work out there that we can do. That, and I think we've done a lot. I'm not saying we haven't. I think I've seen a lot of improvement. But we've got a long ways to go.
So what do you guys want to do? You want to do our work, figure out what we want to do, come back with all the details,
Yeah, I mean, it's not to decide today, the second, but I really believe if you're going to improve the county, you've got to improve the road system. I think that's the next step, is especially the ones that especially roads that's got 10 or 15 houses on it now,
I'd like to
and they're
reach out to
short
other
distance.
counties and see, like I said, we talked about that last week.
Yeah.
See what the other counties,
Yeah.
like you say, the chip and
But I just don't want it to go away. I just don't want the idea, Sean, I just don't want this to slip through the cracks. Like sometimes we put stuff on the back burner and we forget about it. I think it's an important issue. I think it's an important issue to the public. And Danny's exactly right. Nobody's going to be happy if you didn't get the gravel, if you didn't get the chip and seal. But if we do this every year, a certain amount of miles, maybe 15 is too ambitious. Maybe it's 12, but whatever it is, each year, if we try to do that chip and seal program, starter program, besides the ditches.
There's a road in the Parker area coming up from the west side of Parker that goes into Miami County. Is hit really hard right now.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about that because Miami County blacktopped their road to the county line.
Yeah.
And people coming.
Well, and it's totally the opposite now. In Lacine, you go up the North Hill there out, and we stop at the county line. We paved it, but Miami County hasn't paved it all the way out to 399th Street or 359th Street or whichever road that is out there. So we want to work on it, is what I'm saying, Sean.
That's not a problem. I can get Todd looking at those areas and make recommendations.
I sure don't think we'll have trouble getting rid of the dirt if we get the ditches cleaned.
I don't either.
I think the landowners will be glad to take it right there, and I don't think it's a huge expense to us hauling the dirt off. It's just getting it out and getting it loaded. I mean, it's
And I think if we are continuing to do the dirt, throwing it up on the side of the road where there's a fence, I think we need to figure out a better way to do that.
well.
We need to
Harry and
stop that.
I've got a place in my area out there that happened, and Harry's gonna get back, we're gonna clean it up, and the landowner's gonna take the dirt.
Yeah.
Because
So if we do that, I realize that it still has to be cleaned out. It's just, what are we going to do different than just throw it up against the fence itself? It needs to be moved and piled, or ask a farmer if he wants it or whatever.
Harry talked about moving the dirt row or the rock row over and leaving him a place and putting it in the road and going with the high loader and loading it up and then putting the dirt back or the gravel back across the road.
Yeah. Okay. Enough about
What else?
Custom truck, the sign truck, we had it inspected. It's been some time since it's been in the shop to have a inspection for its compliance. We're going to need the truck itself to hang several cameras around the new building, but the cost is significant. The estimate from Custom Truck on the repairs to get this thing back into compliance is $11,891.58.
What are we doing to it?
The
The hydraulics and everything on it? Is that what we're
The
doing?
rotating base,
Right.
I think is one of the things that needed changed. There'll be some repairs as well. And then most of this is associated with the boom itself and the operating system for that boom and its safety compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it should be inspected yearly anyway, right? That truck should have a yearly
I
inspection.
believe it's supposed to have a yearly.
Is that what we've been doing?
I can't answer that. I would have to go back in the records and find it.
There should be a yearly.
I can't say that it hasn't. I can't say that it,
Where's it got to go to if it gets this done? Where at?
custom truck, is
In the city?
yes. I don't have an address for them.
$11,000.
That's correct.
We don't have anybody locally can do it?
Not that I'm aware
Or
of.
is it still under warranty?
Not that I'm
I'm
aware
just
of.
asking, yeah.
Yeah, I believe this is all out of pocket and these are repairs that are specific to the lift system and has to be someone qualified to work on that system and to inspect it and pass it afterwards.
Oh, that price don't sound too bad for me. I got a boom lift that I have to do that on, and it is, I mean, just to do a yearly inspection costs you $4,000.
Yearly inspections and on the or.
So when you're trying to do this,
I'm trying to get it approved and get it back to the shop as soon as possible so that when they're ready to hang cameras, we've got a
will
truck.
it be that quick of a turnaround?
That's what I'm going to have to work with the vendor on.
All right.
I'm good with that. And then
Okay.
maybe look into the yearly inspection thing, make sure that's happening.
Make sure it's getting inspected yearly.
Hey, you want to make that motion then?
I'll make a motion that we allow,
Custom truck,
custom truck to do some work on our bucket truck that we done. How much was it, 11,000?
$11,891.58.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I need 10 minutes for legal, and that's everything I have for you this morning.
You guys got anything else?
I do not. Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, John. We've got,
What's your deal right there?
can we go ahead and
Why
before
not?
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay, come on ahead.
Sorry,
guys,
just to give you a heads up, I'm working right now to get 4 burial permits, so after it's active, I'll probably have to bring those back to you after the shop one signs off.
Okay. Come ahead and state your name, would you please?
Okay. Randy Adams. I'm here concerning Tagwood Lake Association. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for the county support that we have received. There's a couple of things that, as a private lake community, that are issues that we would like to clarify and bring to the commissioners. And that is, first being enforcement of the county codes. As a private lake, community, we do not have a police force, nor are we allowed to. So we rely heavily on the sheriff's department as well as enforcement of the county codes. My question is, what is the status of enforcement of the county codes right now? We have received support with sanitation issues on an ongoing basis, but other than that, it's been pretty much crickets as far as the support on the other codes.
What's the other code you're concerned about, sir?
Well, one of the codes is having a permanent residence in a RV.
Okay. What's another one?
Some of the other may be the status of the lots, whether they're unsafe due to the buildings.
Does your association rules, do they cover that?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
So Gary, give us some.
We typically have, I don't know that we've ever done any enforcement on those particular issues, except as it affects, we've done a lot of sanitation stuff, as you
Yes.
said. If somebody had a lot that was unsanitary because of the clutter and trash, we've had 1 or 2 of those that we've tried to deal with.
But there's a process for that, right? That POA doesn't they go out and they do their whatever
We,
assessment?
typically, the POA brings us a complaint
Okay.
that's documented, and then we work on it. Now, but we don't really have anybody that's, I mean, we got a codes enforcement guy,
Right.
but he's mostly involved with
For sanitation.
sanitation. He's not, I don't know, I'm not sure who we would turn to enforce the issue of, say, living in an RV full-time. It is a violation of our codes. And should, probably should be enforced. I suppose when we get our new codes enforcement guy, maybe he'll have time to do that. I don't know.
How do you enforce that though? How do you know? I mean, unless we set somebody there to.
Well, you have to have some kind of evidence as to whether, I think that when the complaint is filed, we would want to have,
Their evidence.
evidence provided
Right.
that,
They will have to provide us evidence to show that somebody.
Yeah, they're asking, we've gone through this before. We've had 15 people from Tanglewood's POA and everybody there asking us to come police their area. And it's a privately owned association. And we've gone through to the point that we have taken some of these to codes court. We've gotten a couple lots cleaned out before. And it's a long process. And I think you've sued don't they have to file a lawsuit if people aren't paying their dues and all that, and their lot's all cluttered and.
I think they can take steps through private civil action.
Right.
To enforce their own regulations.
Yeah.
Yes,
And have you done that? I think that's what we asked last time. And so
A very expensive process.
it is.
And what we're asking for, what good are having the codes if nobody's enforcing it?
But you are enforcing it. You're the POA and it's
But we
your,
also depend upon county enforcement of their own codes. That's the issue. And we have taken some situations to civil court, which is very expensive.
right?
Which is above and beyond the taxes we pay for county support to enforce their codes. That's the rub. I mean, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I
Sure.
can and not argue the point.
Yeah.
But it's come to the fact that all the responsibilities should not, I mean, we're a private community, but we're still in Linn County. We are not a municipality. So we don't have the advantages of a municipality to have our own court, our own police force, and that type of thing. So because of, the situation and the lack of support, I think I can only remember one time, and I've been on the board for over 8 years, where a rather disgusting and unsafe area was cleaned.
Right.
And that
I remember it.
was a process of over 17 years.
Right.
What I would challenge is to how many have actually gone to codes court of the complaints that we have submitted, and how many have been taken action from the county for violations of their own.
Jessica, would you go get Bobby? Okay.
We bear a responsibility too, and we've spent thousands of dollars trying to correct our property. And because of that, our property has increased. The valuations this year obviously have increased tremendously. But we're going to be in a decline if we cannot get continued support for obvious code violations of the county. So, I mean, we're willing to do what we can, but we're asking, where do we stand on getting support from the county on these issues? We're perfectly willing to follow our process, because I know there was a document sent out to us that we had to litigate it first. When we questioned that, meaning litigation, what are you referring to? Litigation, we have to file a civil suit before you will take any action? That didn't seem to be right. And it was back down to, we had to follow our procedures as a POA to do the extent of that first, and then the county would take a look at it, which we did. But that's where it ends.
well, as you may know, since March of 2020, we haven't been able to have codes court. We didn't have any court throughout 2020 or
I understand.
most of 2021. Now we're at a point where we could begin, but we don't have a codes court judge. And so I fully anticipate that as soon as we have a judge appointed, But I know Bobby's got some cases.
Bobby, how many cases do you have in Tanglewood? Do you know?
In Tanglewood itself, I don't know right off the top of my head. I know I've got,
Are they all sanitation?
no, not all sanitation.
And what's some of them? What's some
Well,
examples?
One of them is concerning an illegal, junkyard.
Okay.
Well, actually, I think two of them kind of concern the illegal junkyard. There's actually 3 cases that all 3 of them were tied together. So when I get them all 3 at the same time, so that they couldn't just shuffle all the stuff around. One of the lots did get cleaned up. Because I think the owner had passed and then the family members took care of that one lot. But there was still another one in Tanglewood and there was one just outside Tanglewood. They're all 3 of them are related to one another. Because what they would do is they would shut the cars into the gate and then out of the gate and so forth. So when I did that one, I made sure that I hit all 3 properties at the same time.
What is your process of defining these situations? How do you guys go about that?
Well, it depends on the violation, but any violation that has been reported to or observed by our employees, then it's our responsibility as a board to review and verify whether it is in fact a violation of our rules and regulations. Once that has occurred, if it's a violation, then we send them a written notification of explaining exactly what rule violation they have made. And depending upon the violation, mostly if it's a property violation, whether it be living in a trailer house, and I have a suggestion on how to come up with a determination if that's true, which we've been put in our own rules. But once a person has been, or a property has been verified as being in violation, we send them a written notification. The only real enforcement that we have, other than filing a civil case, which is very expensive and lengthy, is to restrict their gate access. That has become a point of controversy, which we're working our way through. That will encourage them to comply to our rules and regulations. Usually we give them a 30-day period to correct or come in compliance or report back to the board at a meeting and what their plans are going to be. So once that's done, if they do not comply, we may elect as a board to restrict their gate access. Other than that, the only other recourse we have without county support is to take and file a civil case.
And you have on several occasions.
We have.
And that was the last long meeting that we had a few years ago over this was, you need to police your own first, and then we acted upon what was left over. But we always acted on sanitation.
Yeah, no complaints there
I want
whatsoever.
to make it clear that when we go to code court to enforce, what we've got to enforce are our codes,
Not theirs.
And we understand that completely. And the only time that we want support from the county would be if it's a violation of county codes as written.
And there was 2 past commissioners not here then at the time we said in this very same meeting talking about the very same thing. And I think we all agreed that at the time we were all, everybody was fed up with, Tanglewood had waited years and years and years and years for these people that live in Tanglewood, and that's all people, and they let them live the way they wanted. And then all of a sudden, now we're going to put these regulations in. We want the county to do all of our policing. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And I thought that was very unfair because not only do we have Tanglewood, we have, and you can count Linn Valley, but it's actually a city and it's a POA too. But we have 5 lake properties in our county. So every one of them is going to run to us and want us to do exactly the same thing. I want you to fix our problem that we was a privately owned association and it was created. We didn't ask for anything. We didn't want to bother you for years and years. And now you're coming in. I'm just giving you an example of then.
Yeah.
You're coming in, you want us to spend tens and tens of thousands of dollars to fix problems that you let, not you, but your past boards create itself. And then, so to me, it's a rub with me anyway on the whole thing. And what are you doing now when people move in? How do you enforcing, letting them know that you can't live this way anymore?
Well, first of all, we have our own website and everybody's directed to it, which has full disclosure of all of our rules and regulations.
Right.
And we also, when we're involved with recording or putting in our system of deeds, that they are provided with all those rules and regulations. So there is very little. Now, if one property sells to another, we're still usually involved because they have to transfer for gate access,
Sure.
this type of thing. So there is no question about them being informed of the rules and regulations as it exists today. They're fully available. Anybody on here can go to our website and have
Sure.
full access to everything on our website,
Okay.
including the rules and regulations. As far as the issue, and I understand this, as far as, us expecting you to take care of our problems, we're still the county. Private or not, we are county residents. We pay county taxes. And the only support that we are asking for, at this time anyway, is for if somebody within the county violates the county codes, then why not is the county responsible for helping to enforce those codes, whether it be in a private community or in a farmland somewhere?
Okay.
Basically, there are three tiers of enforcement involved here. There is the enforcement at the level of the POA, where they are enforcing their codes and do what they can to clear up the problem. The second tier is directly with the codes officer, and he gets involved on the basis of a complaint from the POA or from someone else. He gets involved and sends notices, does negotiations, tries to work with them, and tries to get folks to clean things up. Pardon me?
Voluntarily.
Yeah, to voluntarily comply. If that fails, then the third level is supposed to be charging them in codes court. And that's where we have fallen down over the last 2 years because we haven't been able to have codes court. But
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I'd like to add, the sheriff's office, we do not enforce codes. That's up to the codes. I heard Randy talk about needing support from the sheriff's office. We're out there all the time taking care of issues, but we do not enforce codes.
Sure.
that's true.
And that's clearly understood by our association. The violations that we are asking support on are the county's own codes as written, not our codes. And we take full responsibility for that and understand from the sheriff's point of view that they are not there to enforce our codes if they differ.
Well, the sheriff's not there to enforce our codes either.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying
That's what he's saying.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just asking for clarification on what support we can expect from the county in representing their own codes.
All right. Well, it's not going to be decided right at this time.
yeah. I mean,
but we got to work on it. Do you have a list of violations for him for right now?
no, I did not come prepared there because I didn't know exactly.
I mean, how many you get? Just estimating how many you have.
Oh, geez. It has been cleaned up considerably because of the actions that the board has taken, but I would say it's just the top of my head.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
Sanitation, probably 20.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand this. Why, if they can lock, okay, say they've got a rowdy individual that they don't like that comes in there, they can lock the front gate on him if he's coming into your property and you can stop him. Can you stop him from coming in if he's creating you trouble multiple times?
Well, that's a little more complicated than that. Is he a member? Does he own property down there?
If he is,
a
that's what I'm
visitor?
asking. If you had an individual cause him a lot of trouble.
We cannot physically remove him from the property. If he's somebody that could cause or a threat of violence, then we call the sheriff's
No,
department.
can you restrict his access?
His access.
Cutting his gate card off.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So what's the difference of that than if he's not following your rules on your codes?
On your county codes, even, so you got somebody, as you gave an example, that lives in a mobile home or in a RV trailer, full-time, that's his permanent residence.
Mm-hmm.
Do you restrict their access then?
Why can you not
Yes, we do.
restrict these?
You do.
But that doesn't mean, the only way that we can eliminate the situation there, which we have done, is to file a civil suit and have the court order that particular vehicle or residence to be removed from the property.
So they have, and this is, this, it'll just get ugly. So we'll just leave it, I'll just leave it alone. But
What, do they just wait till the gate opens and drive in? I mean, when they.
They do.
Can you get them removed? Is
or
Oh, yeah.
drive through the gate.
I'm sorry?
that trespassing when they do that?
It's their property.
It's not trespassing. We do not have the legal right to prevent people from access to their property. We can make it inconvenient by not allowing them to use our roadways. I'm sorry?
I said, can they make it convenient by just running your gate over? I mean, since they have property.
Oh, yeah, we've had situations like that. And to me, that is the importance of getting county support for violations of their county codes to help us enforce and prevent situations like that. It also helps de-escalate the situations that may occur. So if they're being charged with a county violation, that helps to let them know that, hey, they're not only breaking our rules, but breaking the county rules, and would discourage them from further breaking those county rules because there's a consequence to be paid.
But this is also, do you have in your restrictions for mobile home or RV trailers that they can't be permanent residents in your rules? Is that correct?
Yes,
So-
and one of the ways that we determine whether they're a county resident or a permanent resident is to require 2 proofs or documents of residence somewhere else.
No, but what I'm saying is if you've already got it in your rules and you're saying, no, this is also a county rule, why ain't you restricting them? It's in your rules. Why wouldn't you fix it?
As I said, we take action on those according to our rules and regulations. We give them a warning, we give them a report, ask them to provide proof that this is not their primary residence.
Right.
If they do not, then we have 2 options. One, which we normally will take, will restrict gate access to Tanglewood.
Right.
The only other option we have is to
assume.
file a civil case.
That's it. But and my point was, they do have a rule. It's in their POA that if for that same example, it's also a county violation, but it's in their rules. It's their association. They've got the gates. And that's why, for many, many years, from what I understood, but even before I got here, they didn't want any county access. They didn't want any county to be involved in it. And then when it got so terrible, I mean, completely horrible, and you've gotten a board that's obviously active and wants to do that, complete it. You want it to put it on the county's back now, but it's already in your rules. What you just spoke of, the sanitation rules, we can work with, but going out and cleaning up all your properties is not something for 5 Lake properties. It's not something I'm interested in unless we come up with a good resolution for it. I'm not saying I won't work with you, but
So to clarify, you're saying if it wasn't in our own HOA rules, the county would enforce them?
it is in your POA rules, right? Okay, so enforce it. That's my opinion of it. Enforce it because it's been so bad for so long. You have methods of doing it. You say you're taking people out of their primary residence and not letting them in unless they have walk-in.
Okay, say you lock the gate and tell him he's not allowed in.
He's allowed to walk in, but he's not allowed to drive in. Is that correct?
That is correct. He has always had, any property owner down there has full access.
So
Then is he allowed to stay in his trailer then? I mean, is that still, even though he's not there and you're saying he's a permanent resident, is he allowed to live in that trailer?
He's only allowed to live in that trailer if we currently file a civil suit against him.
right. So it'd be like, I would give an analogy like you were late on your property taxes. We go out and cut your culvert out and dig a big deep ditch and say, well, if you can get over it, go ahead. You know, I'm not saying I'm not pro for what you do, but I know you got legal rights to do that. I don't think it's necessarily a way I would do it, but We probably need to get together and have a working group of coming up with Gary. And do you have a legal counsel or anything?
Yes, we do.
And maybe get together and try to work out a resolution to work together on it, because, and it won't be just you. Once it comes up, it'll be 5 other properties.
What do the other, like,
Yeah, I don't know.
what do
I
the
don't
other
know
lakes do?
are you aware what Sugar Valley or Linn Valley or?
Not speak for other associations.
No, I don't know, but have you guys ever worked together to try to figure out Chaparral?
What they do?
Well, I remember at one time that there was a discussion about rewriting the county regulations and codes, and even defining some of the lake properties separately, especially when it came to, because the lake communities all have different rules and regulations. They have a lot of common ones, but they also have different ones, such as what is a legal residence? Our particular situation, it's must be 600 square feet. Whether Sugar Valley is 400 square feet or no, I don't know. But, right now, and this is my personal point of view too, is that the lake communities are responsible for a tremendous amount of income from personal property to the county. What support we get from the county, you do not maintain or take care of our roads, which is very expensive, as you guys have just brought up in your previous conversations. We do have law enforcement with the sheriff's department. And you got to consider that the schools are provided for the permanent residents out there. But,
Jessica.
But other than that, we did not ask for a lot of financial support or expense from the county.
Do you have anybody sitting on the comprehensive plan for Tanglewood? Is the comprehensive plan talk anything about codes for POAs or anything like that?
We have not brought it up.
Has anybody brought it up?
I don't know if it's been brought up in the planning and zoning portion, but I haven't been at all of these.
Have you talked to planning and zoning? We have a comprehensive plan that we're rewriting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked to them and Bobby and her? Maybe that would help solve some problems too. You're talking about rewriting. I'm all for listening. Maybe let a group of people go into that and look into rewriting and
I think Tate West, who's a board member, is on that commission, but I can't say that for certain.
No, he's not on it. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But that's different than the comprehensive plan that the county's been working on for a long, long, long time. And it would be a great opportunity for lakes. I don't know why they haven't been involved. It was been in the paper. It's been advertised. It's been on Facebook. It's been everywhere. And you have a beef, kind of. You want the county to come in and do what you believe the county should be doing. This is an opportunity. This would have been an opportunity. It still can be an opportunity for you to get your opinion out there. And not just for these 3 commissioners, but for a group of people that's been working hard on it.
Well, I sure they are. And this is something that we had. I personally came to a meeting when they first started talking about, rewriting the codes and doing some of the things that we talked about. That's probably been 3 years ago.
No, this is now the comprehensive plan.
Economical development part, is that it? Or is it? Okay.
So when you get done, if you would, just talk to her, talk to Jessica, and then talk to Bobby some more.
Yeah, we're willing to do our part, and I don't mean to come in here to throw rocks, because that's not what we're due. I just want clarification and set expectations as part of the county and contributors as to the support that we should expect to get from the county to enforce their codes.
Right.
That's all.
Okay.
I'm all about doing what, as a county we need to do. The gate thing kind of throws me off. Like, what if my mom, I can't get in, my access is limited, and my mom's on the other side of the lake or whatever, and she's dying, and I'm trying to get to her. Is that in a lawsuit on you guys?
Every emergency service has a card to access our property.
So I'd have to wait till the ambulance got there to go get into her? That's just crazy to me. I don't think I'd personally want to be any part of that.
Well, it'd be your option whether you wanted to abide by the rules of the association when you buy property down there. We certainly, phone calls could be made to our office and to our employees, and in an emergency situation, if that's the only access, they can come in. The issue was, and I wasn't on the board when they first put the gate controls in, but being a lake community, and this is a surmise on my part, not fact, that there was a lot of situations down there where, before my time, where there was illegal activities going on involving drugs, and there still is a few issues like that.
Does the sheriff's department know about that?
What's that?
Do you have illegal activities going on? Does the sheriff's department know that this is happening? Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Gary, if I owned a half section of ground out here in Linn County and I gated off and lock every gate, what's the access to the county's responsibility for me to go into that, for everybody to go in that wants to see what I'm doing?
Well, if you got a section and you gate it off, then that's private land. Now, if you're doing something out there in that section that is a threat to public safety or to public health, then there are ways for the county to
Deal with that.
to get on there and take a look at it. We can't just wander in. But that's, it's not the property owners per se, individual property owners that own the common property. It's all of them, the association and all of them. And if they invite Bobby in to look at a situation, then he can do that. The real question is, it revolves around how do we enforce on private property? If you've got that section you're talking about and you've got a sewer out there leaking on it, we can stop that. Well, same with their private property. If you've got let's say you've got a house that burns down and becomes an eyesore and becomes a threat to public safety, we can enforce, against that, just like we can on their property. Our holdup is that to get past the level of voluntary compliance and negotiation, we've got to be able to take it to court. And that's where
our holdup is.
That's where our holdup is. And we have reached out to the chief district judge about getting a court judge appointed. We haven't got that done yet, but that's in process.
So that's what we're waiting on. I mean, basically.
That's really what we're waiting on. Bobby's got a pile of cases that he's worked on, and he said to me, these are ready for prosecution. We've done about all we can do. And so it's not Bobby's fault that it's not being done. It's the fact that we don't have court. And
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna have to give us a little grace, I guess.
Till
we get caught up.
As Bird says, they're just really now starting to have court in person here. And so before the last month or two, we couldn't have done it under any circumstances. Now that we can, we've got to get a new codes court judge because our other judge is not available anymore. It can't be the district court judge, and that's why it takes a special appointment. And so,
If I could say something, one of the unique things that the Lake Community Problems had, here's an example of one. We have a resolution that says you cannot have any more than 5 motor vehicles, inoperable motor vehicles, on one parcel of property, okay, without being in violation, okay? And some of the lake properties that I have seen, not just in Tanglewood, but in other places, they would have maybe boats, campers, in various conditions, okay, and sometimes multiple. When you go to the definition of a vehicle, it does not cover boats and campers and sort of things. And where they have some of those problems and they want to get it cleaned up, it doesn't apply to them because the definition doesn't apply.
So is that being worked on with the comprehensive plan to help work on all
That's
that?
one of the things that we're looking at trying to get, but the state pretty much kind of defines what a vehicle is. So we still have to follow that definition.
But we
Can
can,
we put that
we
in
can
the
add to
POA?
it, right?
We could add a resolution,
I think we could.
making those sort of.
If that's something that will help the problem. But what's an inoperable vehicle? Does that mean it doesn't run or isn't properly licensed or both or what?
It could mean,
If,
it's not roadworthy, it doesn't have, the wheels on it, the brakes are, along.
Do you guys have any kind of regulations to state that how many vehicles can sit on?
Yeah. Yeah, there again, off the top of my head, I think it's like, 2 inoperable vehicles on the property. There again, that's one of the things that we wanted to address, we talked about before in the comprehensive plan, is that being a, residential area, there should be different rules on how many. I can understand, a farmer having more than, having up to 5 vehicles because they have the area, the space, the land, they can make it remote, and it could be practical for that. I grew up in an agricultural area too. However, when you're talking about a community, a residential community, private or otherwise, that becomes more of a adverse effect with that many vehicles and operable on that land. Our average lot size is like 70 by 120 feet. So it's a much more condensed, compact area with neighbors right next door. So does it make sense to have a code that is applicable for a agricultural area the same as a residential area? Probably not.
On that aspect though, the majority of our residential areas outside of lake communities are located within incorporated cities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they have their own regulations that they enforce.
Exactly.
Linn Valley, I frequently get phone calls into the office, hey, do you do inspections for the sewer system out there in Linn Valley? No, sir, we don't do that.
They have their own codes person, correct?
Right.
Person to do that, and they're the ones that we have to contact. And I'll give them the number for the guy and tell them, that's the best. That I can.
And Gary, to my knowledge, the Pleasant and Mound City and Lacine, as well as some other, Parker, they have their own, that may be the same rules that we have or similar.
well, they have their own code. too.
And they enforce their own rules.
Right.
So why would we?
That's different than a city.
I
mean, that's
not
different
really.
than a lake development.
Not a whole lot different.
Except that the lake development doesn't have law enforcement powers. They just got private enforcement powers. And cities have law.
That's why there's codes court. That's why we can take them to codes court.
Yeah.
I'm just asking us to look into what we want to, how we're going to enforce it.
Sure.
Because of the past. I'll just say that. The past of letting this all build up to where it's at now, and then all of a sudden we draw a line in the sand.
What you're saying is the last few years, we've done nothing about it. I mean, even
30, 40 years. They didn't want any help for years.
nothing, and now you're.
And now you have an interested board and a very aggressive board that wants to improve the property. But you want to improve it at the county's expense. And
About 5 years ago, they started trying to work with us that's when we started this. That's when we started Codes Court.
I know.
And that's what
they gave us like 90 some complaints at one time.
Right. They brought a whole bunch of them. We said, wait a minute, you got to thin this out. You got to give us a smaller number at a time. And we began working, and we took several to Codes Court.
I know.
And then, of course,
Randy, that's my only beef. I don't mean to be mean. It's
Yes, you are.
yeah, but I am.
No, I
And
know where you're coming from, but I would invite you to come out and visit our community now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the cesspool that you have in your mind from 20 years ago. We have made dramatic improvements.
I've been out there.
Dramatic process, and we're not expecting you to bear all the burden that we still try to do on our own, but we expect some support.
Then let's put it in the
Work
let's put
together.
it in the resolution, and then we can do it.
Okay. Very
That's
good.
all I'm asking.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Like I
Because
say,
soon as we approve something for you, it's going to be 4 other lake developments that are going to be in here. I'm not, it just will happen. We know the deal.
Yeah, I've been around for a while.
Yeah.
I understand your point of view.
And then it becomes not just a few $1,000s, it becomes hundreds of thousands of dollars. By the time you go to
But
court,
if we can get to court and start
We
settling.
can get
some
to
of
court
these
and start getting some of them settled. I mean, the two lake communities that have consistently used the process when it was working like it was supposed to before COVID were, these guys and Sugar Valley, those two. I don't think anybody else ever gave us any formal complaints, did they?
Well, I received some, but they,
But
I
none
got
that-
time out of it, and
Right.
so it never went to court, but.
But we had some from these two communities
Yeah.
in court and it worked. I mean, to the extent it was workable, it worked. Sometimes it involved going to court a dozen times, but
Well, it looks like we just.
that's where we are. And if you got any suggestions on I got an idea or two in mind on a codes court judge, but
You?
no, no, I can't be the judge. I'm the prosecutor.
David be a judge.
I think you guys done a lot of good work out there. I think the lakes are huge to people that come here from like Kansas City and stuff like that. And I like how you guys are cleaning it all up. And I mean, I don't mean to sound like I'm against you guys. I'm just like trying to figure out what you got going on, you know, and
Sure.
the best interest of you guys and, you know, everybody else in the community. So.
Well, and I'm looking forward to, as it grows, I mean, we have growing pains too, but as I stated before, I think the tax valuations alone that just went out shows the value and the increase in the property. What does that mean to the county? That means that you have a right and probably will be raising the taxes for that.
We don't say that in here, okay?
I know. Don't say that in here.
But you also need to keep in mind that 68% of our taxes come from utilities, and when we use that power plant, we're all going to be in trouble.
I understand that too, which means you need to protect and support the other values that you have in the county. That,
Your taxes
you know,
will be double when that happens.
Yeah, I think the last estimate I heard was that, and this was like probably 2 or 3 years old, that the community itself had $125,000 at least worth of county taxes collected on our properties. That's a significant amount, not with the budgets that you're working with, but it would be a shame to see it go in reverse and lose value when the county needs all the support it can get.
I understand that.
Okay, Randy, thank you.
Randy, thanks a lot.
One other thing real quick, if you have time.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to confirm, we had a resolution that came through in 2014, it's the resolution number 2014-16. And that is where the county and the lake community became agreement to allow law enforcement or traffic enforcement of our private roads.
That was the speeding process and different things. There was
Any traffic
complaints about it.
violations, that they had the ability to enforce that and write a ticket for it and that.
I remember it going through. I don't know, remember what happened.
Well,
What's the
it
concern?
was signed and approved by the county. I just
Sure.
wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that it was still in effect, that nothing has changed on
Is
that.
there anything that you know, Sheriff, has changed on that?
No, I don't know of any changes. What we did, though, about a year ago was the lake was supposed to get signage up to snuff.
Like stop signs and stuff, Kevin?
Stop signs, yield signs,
Okay.
curve signs, any of those types of signs.
Right.
They had to meet the same requirement that a municipality would have to meet,
Okay.
essentially. And I don't know what their status is on that at
Okay.
this point in time. I know that they were charging hard on it for a little while, but I don't know what else happened. We kind of had a study done with our county sign guy. He went out there and made suggestions as to where things should be based on what would be appropriate in the county for stop signs, speed limits and things like that. So I've never heard back from Tanglewood, but I mean, you know, I look at this process, you know, we're out at Tanglewood all the time. Randy wants to come in here and throw me under the bus for not enforcing codes, and codes aren't my job. Maybe they should educate themselves as to who does what.
Okay.
Thank you.
I apologize to the sheriff. He felt I was throwing him under the bus. I don't think I made any statements as such. I just wanted to clarify if it was still in effect. And I will notify you and the sheriff right now that we have complied with the signage regulations, that we have put in the signs as per directed by the study that was done. So, and I in no way meant any insult to the sheriff. I was just wanting to make sure, a clarification point, that this particular resolution was still in effect. So now we have the signs up to, the sheriff has the authority to enforce traffic violations and that it will be, prosecuted.
So this meeting's not so it's just not a wasted meeting of killing 45 minutes. Please get with Bobby and get with Jessica about the comprehensive plan. Let's see if we can work out something.
Very good.
And then we'll hire a judge. Mike's sitting right there. He'd be a judge. And,
Randy, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Sorry it took so much of it.
hey, we're late, but I think we probably should go in with the sheriff and,
What do you think?
I think this is going to be a legal executive session. Janet wants to seek legal advice on
Okay.
the matters that she needs.
Want
Sheriff,
to do all of our executive session once? Or
no, let's do that. And then,
how much you need, Janet? Pardon? 10 minutes. I make a motion, we go into executive session with Janet and the sheriff for 10 minutes for legal. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Yes, how are you? Good.
There was no action from executive sessions, so I guess Danny went after.
That means we didn't figure it out.
Not yet. Stay tuned.
That's right.
Danny went after some ibuprofen. He said he'd be right back.
We gave him a headache already. The young feller.
Yes, Kenneth Olson with Enterprise, are you here?
Yes,
You can come up and state your name and reason why you're here.
Good morning, and my name's Ken Olson with Enterprise Fleet Management, and appreciate you guys having me out today. Morning, Danny. Well, like I mentioned, thank you for having me today. To kind of give you an overview of how we met. Actually, Mr. Johnson, I don't know if you remember me or not, but we met at the Kansas Association of Counties a few months back. I reached out to your team from there, and we started some conversations here. So also wanted to thank Sheriff Friend and Mr. West and Chris Martin for their time and efforts. I've been chatting with them for probably 3-4 months now. So wanted to give you kind of tell you a little about who we are, give you the general overview of our program, and then walk you through some of the strategy that we put together and the financial advantage of moving with Enterprise. So we are part of the Enterprise Holdings family. You're probably familiar with our Enterprise rental car side. On my division, the fleet management side, what we do is we really leverage the infrastructure that we have and the tools, the resources, the people, and all the things that we have from operating the largest fleet in the country to help entities like yours with small to medium-sized fleets save money and bring some efficiencies to play. From a role perspective, my job is getting the partnerships established. So working with your team and figuring out what pieces of our program would be a good fit, designing a financial strategy, bringing recommendations, working with you all from a commissioner standpoint, contracts, etc. From there, we have local account teams. Everyone's located here in the Kansas area. Our Kansas headquarters is out of Merriam, but they will come out on a regular basis, typically about 4 times per year, to analyze over the last 12 months or the last budget year, what was the savings opportunity, what did we spend, what did we save, and bring that to your table from a data and analytics perspective. And then also to forecast out, and really given the state of the industry, we're really forecasting out the next 12 to 24 months these days. So really looking at almost 2 budget years, if you will. But at the end of the day, the key piece here is I'm not here to sell vehicles, lease vehicles. We're in the relationship business, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here, is starting a long-term partnership. To give you a little idea from a flexibility standpoint, a few entities that I partner with currently, Shawnee County, Kansas, Geary County, Ellis County, Unified Government. Some of these entities use us only for what I consider our vehicle side. So they use our program for acquisition, upfitting, funding, and resale. A few other entities that we've partnered with, City of Andover, Valley Center, Arkansas City, Wellington. And with these entities, they use us for that vehicle side, but they also use us for our maintenance, our fuel. Some use us for telematics and insurance. So with this, the program's extremely customized around your entity. And that's what I've been doing with the team, is trying to figure out, okay, on the sheriff's side, what pieces of our program are going to be a good fit, what's the strategy, as well as the road and bridge and the other departments from that perspective. Same with vehicle acquisitions. I have some entities recently partnered with the city of Salina, and they got a little more aggressive than our recommendation in the analysis we put together, given the state of the industry, cancellations, lead times. We've also have other entities that really streamline the program out over a course of 5, 6, 7 years and implement vehicles over the years, if you will. So extremely flexible, both on the strategy side and with what pieces of the program that you utilize. From a budget impact standpoint, to give you an idea of how our financial method works, you all from a government perspective buy these vehicles better than anyone. right? And through our relationships with the manufacturer, we can push for more monies on the incentive side, but you all buy them extremely well. You put on very low mileage patterns with your pickup trucks and the SUVs that you're running, and then compared to a commercial type structure. And then Enterprise sells the vehicles better than anyone. So to give you an idea, recently had an entity that was operating an F-250 pickup truck. We had a snow plow, light bar, toolbox on the back. We acquired that vehicle for right around $30,000. Enterprise acts as the bank. We purchased that vehicle on your behalf, and then we leverage our equity lease model to fund that vehicle, in this case, over a 12-month span. It ended up being 14 months, but very short-term model. So we took that $30,000. They paid $6,000 over the course of those 14 months. Then we sold that vehicle, and we wrote them a check for $20,000. The state of the industry is pretty wild right now, as you probably know. Resale is extremely elevated, but historically we would be able to sell that vehicle at least a break even. So they operated an extremely low budget for those X amount of vehicles that they were operating. And in this case, it was actually a profitable budget. But the concept here is let's get out of the vehicle at the right time, reduce our budget, and operate a more efficient fleet of vehicles. With this type of structure, your maintenance, your fuel, your operating expenses are the best they can possibly be, and that's the philosophy. Now, on Sheriff's side, we're not going to flip these vehicles every single year, right? They'll be ran 3, 4, 5 years out, and in the model that we put together, the average cycle pattern is right at 3 years. So you've got vehicles 12, 24, 48, 60 months all across the board, but it comes out to an average of about 3 years. Any questions from a structure standpoint?
Where do you benefit at? Where do you come in? Where do you make your money?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are 100% a for-profit company. Through the Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative, all our fees and all of our financial aspects are laid out directly there, so I can certainly provide that information. But to answer your question more directly, we make a little bit of money on the front end. We have a management fee that's 1/10 of a percentage point of the delivered cost of the vehicle. We have an interest component if you're leveraging the equity lease, and then we have a service charge at the end whenever we sell that vehicle on your behalf. So
are you kicking our middle or our local guy out, or how's that work?
No, so we often keep the local folks even more involved. So from that perspective, if historically you've been acquiring 3.5 vehicles per year, okay? And that's with the sheriff's side and the road and bridge side. And half the vehicles on the road and bridge side, maybe GM, Ram, et cetera, right? With our program, the quantities are significantly higher. So if we're able to leverage our local dealers, we can deliver that vehicle to that local dealer, pay them a courtesy delivery fee, PDI fee. They can deliver the vehicle. If you're comfortable with it, they can still have the license plate, sticker, whatever that looks like. We haven't got into the maintenance or fuel segments yet, but we also leverage the local maintenance shops and the local fueling locations if you're able to go that route.
Do you have a list of counties that's been involved with you for, say, 3 years, 6 years, and 10 years? That's our size.
Most definitely. And I put a few in the fleet synopsis that we put together. I put a few entities in there, but I can certainly get you a list and get you more names there.
So what vehicles are you interested in? All of our vehicles?
In
Dump
this,
trucks? What are you talking about?
Yeah, great question. So in this analysis, we have 45 vehicles that I was provided with, primarily the 1 tons on down. Now, I can absolutely help with the dump bodies, utility bodies, crane trucks. We will not do fire trucks, the full out fire trucks, the ambulances. We can go up to 33,000 GVW. But in this analysis, we really kept it 1 tons on down, as well as the emergency response vehicles. So there's, like I said, there's 45. After talking with the team, there's a few more vehicles, assessor, admin vehicles, et cetera, but that's the majority.
And the rotations are set up based on, like, the sheriff's vehicles would be every so many years versus the pickup trucks that the county uses on their roads would be different than the sheriff's vehicles. Is that correct?
Correct. And historically, what you've done up to this point from talking with the team and analyzing the vehicles, on the road and bridge side, we purchase those vehicles, we pay cash, and we run them out till they're dead, essentially, right? 15 and 20 years is the typical cycle pattern. With our model, it's a huge change in philosophy, and a lot of those vehicles would actually be rotated out every single year, every 2 years, because of that model that I just explained. On the sheriff's side, historically, we're going about 6 to 8 years. And after talking with Sheriff Friend, if we could get that to a 3 or 4 year cycle, even if it was a break even from a savings perspective, there's a lot of operational benefits, less downtime, less maintenance cost. And we've added all that into this model, but that's the goal there. But at the end of the day, with our partnership and the relationship piece, this is going to change, right? Right now, it makes sense to flip these vehicles as soon as we can. GM, we can rotate them out after 6 months. Ford, Chevy, Ford, Ram, we can rotate them out after 12 months. So on that light duty side, we're flipping those out as quickly as possible. But at some point, that's going to change, right? The market's going to go down. There's a right time to get out of every single vehicle. And that's what my team coming out on that quarterly basis is analyzing is when is that right time? What's the lowest cost of ownership for that given vehicle based on the equipment that's going on the truck, based upon the driving behavior, mileage patterns, et cetera.
So are you purchasing these vehicles as a government contract?
Correct. We're leveraging your government, state bid, government incentives, et cetera. We're buying them on your behalf, but leveraging that government structure. And then we also have relationships with the manufacturer where we can push them for more incentive dollars on the front end.
And just for the public's knowledge, you normally get the vehicles. Jesse, you can help me out. If we buy a $40,000 vehicle, that would normally be a $40,000 vehicle from Ford Cox Motors.
Sure.
Through the government program, we would get it cheaper, obviously, through a government program. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's government price concessions.
There you go. I need you to help me out.
Vary depending upon the product.
Right.
And it can have to do with how aggressive the manufacturer wants to be in a particular product line. So that's the answer to your question. Yeah, you get government price concessions.
Normally, it's cheaper than regular persons can go out and.
It's always.
I just want you to say that.
In fact, so much that I, as a dealer, would like to be able to buy the way you purchase.
Right.
I've made joking comments to some of your staff and directors when they pick the vehicles up. I'll give you $1,000 more than you just paid for this vehicle, and I'll buy it back from you. So you potentially could make $1,000 off the deal and walk away and keep the truck.
Yeah.
Because that would even be a better deal for me.
So how is that really right?
Are you asking?
I'm asking you, just throw it out there. I mean,
on the short-term model, is that what you're referring?
No, I'm asking you, how is that right? That you're going to profit off of a government contract that nobody else can buy or purchase that cheap, and then every year or two, then you can flip it, and you're going to have that additional money for enterprise. I mean, that's why you're here, really, right? I mean, we can buy it cheaper than anybody else, and we're going to get the advantage of using that vehicle instead of taking it out 8 or 10 or 12 years or however long we can keep taking it and band-aiding it up. That you'll be able to flip it and make some money on it.
Yeah, so I would shift that slightly. We're actually, when we sell it, I'm selling it on your behalf. So the same team that's selling all of our rental vehicles, Enterprise does the same model. We run our vehicles 1 or 2 years, we sell them, we profit off them.
Sure.
With you, this scenario, when we sell that vehicle, we are selling it on your behalf and we give you the equity. So in that model that I just explained, they paid $6,000, we sold that vehicle, and the entity profited that $20. They paid for the next, or that $20,000. They paid for the next unit, reduced their cost.
But you're not doing it for good graces. I mean, how's Enterprise making money on it?
Yeah, so I make money on every single vehicle. And as I just mentioned, on the Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative, it's laid out. That management fee, every time I deliver a vehicle, we get a portion of the holdback, we get our management fee, and then I get a service charge at the end.
From the dealer or from the company, or how?
From you, from the entity.
So the price, we can go buy it from him through you, it's gonna cost us more money.
It's essentially the same. And honestly, from a relationship standpoint, if that's important, if we can work out some type of scenario, we have the largest dealer network in the country. I can purchase the dealer from Mr. Jesse. If if he's comfortable with that, or I can order the vehicle direct from the manufacturer, have it delivered to the local dealership. Again,
Now, we determine what brand we buy if we.
we will not. So we're going to lay out all the numbers. And at the end of the day, if we're a Ford entity, I respect that. I understand the why behind that. Ford has an awesome government program, and we're completely comfortable with that. Being enterprise, we're not, we don't have a certain manufacturer that we have to purchase from. I've got Ford, Ram, Chevy, Tesla, Nissan, absolutely everybody. But in the government space, we're looking at Ford, GM, and Ram for the most part. And many of our governments, these are extremely Ford heavy. And again, I'm going to lay out the numbers. We have all the models, all the options, all the features to choose from. We can lay that out. And I'll work with Mr. Jesse if he's open to it from a relationship standpoint.
Have you talked to him at all yet?
I have not. I know I believe Sheriff has, and certainly want to get there. I wanted to speak with you all just to kind of give you an overview of who we are, and make sure you're comfortable with me doing that, and see if we can.
Well, I'll tell you what, the statement you made earlier in the conversation that I was the one that started this, I don't recall that at all. So I don't know where that came from.
Just had a conversation with you at the Kansas Association. Me and Kevin Furter at the.
You and me?
At the Kansas Association of County.
Write that down.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Let the truth come out.
I'm just telling you, I've never talked to you. So I don't have a really good memory, I guess, but I don't remember that conversation.
I wrote your name down in my
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt you did, but that's the second time that's been brought to me that I was the one that instigated. I just want to state that I was not.
Okay.
Anyway,
So, finish your conversation.
let me ask Jesse. Can you give any input on your opinion or thoughts or anything that maybe you've put together on this?
Sure. So let me start off by saying that I'm here on a very neutral level. I don't have an opinion either side. We service a lot of customers who use Enterprise and Fleet, and we have a good working relationship with them. Atlas Energy is one that comes to mind. That used to be Greeley Gas. I'm not so sure that maybe Evergy, that's now Kansas City Power and Light, if they don't use Enterprise, they maybe use a similar company. So we've not had any negative experiences with it. I will also tell you that we do a lot of courtesy deliveries, as he referred to earlier. So we may have somebody contact us and say, hey, I work for Burlington Northern Railroad, but I'm stationed in Lacine, Kansas. I've got a new vehicle coming. Will you do the delivery for me? So we will say, yes, we'll agree to that. All these companies have our information, and they will send the car to us. We basically don't do anything until the car arrives. Whatever company, whether it's Enterprise or whether competitors, will send us documentation, say, hey, so-and-so's got a car coming, let us know. Vehicle shows up, we do the pre-delivery inspection, we get paid to do that just as if we'd ordered it in for you. And they pay us a courtesy delivery fee. Now, I'm gonna be very transparent here. Courtesy delivery fee we get paid sometimes is as much as we make off of deals we bid with you. Okay, neither one of us very much, just a few $100s. But so from a profitability standpoint, there may not be a lot of difference whether you decide to go through Enterprise and have them deliver them to me or whether you bid them from me. Now, I will tell you, I do have some concerns and reservations and questions I want to get answered. And I was invited here today, and I appreciate that invitation.
And I'd like him to talk about these questions. I'd like him to ask the question.
And I appreciate that invitation. And, you know, I do have some questions along the way. So I don't want to take over your meeting, so I'll interject as you want.
Now, who does the upfits on these cars? If are you guys take care of all the upfits, or is it Jesse or who?
We certainly can, and I know right now, from a sheriff perspective, we're working with Cage Manufacturing and 911 Custom, right? So we're working with 911 Custom. So if we order the vehicles, whichever direction we're going through, we order those vehicles, we can have them delivered to that aftermarket vendor and then delivered to the local dealership or vice versa. Just from a logistics standpoint, it depends on which scenario is
So you take
more efficient.
of the upfit if you guys do.
No, that's all. All the equipment cost is passed through to you. We don't have any upfit, again, through that Sourcewell cooperative that's built in there. Now, we can bill that cost out and you can pay for that up front, or you can capitalize that into the equity lease model and pay for it over the course of that term. Or we can deliver the truck and you can do it on your own. Most of our entities with the higher amount of quantities that are coming in on an annual basis, they have us handle that logistics process. And with the state of the industry, when that vehicle gets scheduled for production, I have a corporate team to where if we're handling that aftermarket process, they are, as soon as it hits scheduled for production, we are ordering that vehicle, ordering that equipment, we're paying for that equipment. That way, when the vehicle comes in and it gets delivered, we're getting that upfitting process done. One thing that is a benefit to our entities is that pricing doesn't start, the lease cost doesn't start until that vehicle is delivered to you ready to go. So if you have us handle that aftermarket process, you don't pay for anything until the vehicle is fully delivered, ready to go.
You guys got any other questions?
No,
Jesse?
Well, so, also representing Cox Motor Company, but not so much as selling vehicles, but more as a taxpayer. One of my, as I looked through this document that was provided to me, that I'm assuming you prepared.
Yes, sir.
So when I looked there at the bottom, I looked over here with glasses and I forgot to bring them, so bear with me. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm reading this chart right, let's just go to year maybe, I don't know, 26, at some point when they've lost their equity.
Correct.
You're estimating that their annual cost will be $375,000?
Almost 376, and that's for the 45 vehicles that are on lease.
Okay, so they have approximately 45 vehicles now. Obviously, some of them aren't probably worth more than what they weigh because they're 20-some years old, but some of them are pretty new.
Yep.
I think it would probably be fair to say that they average $20,000 in value, maybe less, but let's just use that number. That's $900,000 of 45 vehicles of equity. Let's just knock it way down. Let's knock it down to 500,000. Let's say they only have 500. That's $10,000 a car, right? So they won't have that equity anymore. So when you look at this $900,000 number, we have to also consider the fact that the county no longer has $500,000 in value in vehicles anymore because they won't own anything. You'll own it and they'll lease it from you. So they've lost their $500,000 in equity and now they have $375,000 in expense every year going on. And if at any point in time they decide they want to get out of this program, you walk away with all the cars. They got to go out and buy 45 vehicles at $30,000, and that's $1.234 million.
Close. So this is not a net lease. This is an equity lease, which is essentially a bank finance down to a remaining balance. When I sell that vehicle, you get the equity. The entity gets the equity. So what we're discussing here is over the course of a 5-year plan, in this analysis, we've depreciated the amounts down to estimate for the age, higher mileage, more age, but there's $447,000 of equity tied up in your current fleet today. So as we implement 29 vehicles the first year, 3, 2, and 8 over the next 5 years, if you were to go to this with this model, you would get approximately $447,000 of equity. And that goes when we pick it up, we deliver that new vehicle to you, we sell your age vehicle. We're selling that vehicle on your behalf. It's your money. You have it fully depreciated. Now, moving forward, the one piece that we're missing there is there's an equity lease column in this analysis. And yes, after the first 5 years, that $447,000 of your current vehicles is sold. We sold that off. We leveraged that to pay for our lease payments. We put that back to the budget, whatever that looks like. But there is an equity lease column. And you'll see in year 1, there's 10 vehicles that I'm rotating out every single year that you're getting equity back for. So in year 1, the way this would work from a financial perspective, this is assuming that all of those vehicles, the 29 vehicles we're recommending, are delivered day 1 of your budget year. Okay. So day 1, we write you a check for $167,000 when we sold your current 29 vehicles on your behalf. You have 12 monthly lease payments that equates to about $219,000. You can leverage, if we have an equipment reserve fund in place, we can leverage that equity. We pay for a portion of that, those lease payments. And then after 12 months, on the very last day of your budget year, we're selling 10 of those vehicles on your behalf that are leased from Enterprise, and you're getting $76,000 back after 12 months. So we drop those vehicles off, we write you a check, you pay us for those 12 months lease payments, we sell 10 of those vehicles, we write you the check for the equity. So in a standard net lease model, that is where we would, when Enterprise sells that vehicle, we would keep the equity. We do have that option, and your monthly payment would be lower. But being in this structure, There's no over mileage penalties, no wear and tear penalties, no early termination penalties. But the key piece here is you want that equity because you buy them well, Enterprise sells them well, we're selling them on your behalf, giving you the equity there.
So based on your chart here, in year 6, when it no longer shows any equity in the middle column,
Correct.
if they were to call you up one day and say, you know what, we tried this for 6 years, but we just really don't like it, we'd like to part ways with you, but we want to keep all the vehicles that we currently have right now because we need them to operate our county.
Certainly.
What would they go get check for?
Yeah, so great question, and I would have to run those numbers. We absolutely can do that. I did that for the
Does
city.
any of these show the equity that they would have?
Not in full. I would have to run that analysis for you. So we just did that for the city of Salina, actually. It's a very complex model, but we can certainly do it. But to simplify that down on a one-off basis, let's say 5 years from now, we no longer want this partnership, whatever that looks like. You have 3 options. Option A is let's just take that one F-150 that I told you about earlier. You have a remaining balance of $25,000, let's call it. You strike a check for $25,000. I give you the title, walk away. I pick that vehicle up, option B. I pick that vehicle up. I sell it on your behalf. I give you the equity. Realistically, option C is the most conservative option. You've got 45 vehicles on lease with us after 5 years. We'd appreciate that $25,000 over the next 3, 4, 5 years down to a $0 balance. That's realistically what you would likely do from a budget standpoint. And we're not asking you, we're not going to take that vehicle back from you and keep it. We're not going to ask you to write us a check for it. You just keep depreciating that out until it's fully depreciated and then run it till it's dead. Go back to your old model, whatever that looks like. But to add on to that, from a partnership standpoint, that's the value we're bringing. Next year, you don't have to buy any vehicles from me. You don't have to lease any vehicles from me. We have to earn your business year after year after year. And that's why a lot of these programs and partnerships grow organically. And that's why I said, if you want to come in with 29, or maybe we start with 10, right? And at the end of the day, you might not see them for 12 months, as we know. You might not see them for 18 months. There might be cancellations. So it's going to be an organic process. But again, we have to continue earning your business. We have to continue the relationships on all fronts, and that's what our business is about.
What do you think, Jesse, as far as what we could sell the vehicle for compared to what he can get out of it? I guess is where he's saying he's making the money on.
So I want to go in that because you do state in here in this first paragraph that these are open-ended leases. So in other words, there's no guaranteed value at the end.
Correct.
That you will determine that at the end.
Yep.
I heard you say a couple times that they hit the equity. Has there ever been a time in enterprise history where there's not equity, where that vehicle is worth less than what it is, and then therefore do they stand the loss and write you a check for the loss?
That could be an option, okay? And in my 6 years of being in this business, no, because as you know, pickup trucks and SUVs have been really strong, and we expect it.
And the last 2 years have been unprecedented.
Yeah, unbelievable. And just to be clear, in this model, we're looking at historic auction value resale rates. We're not looking at today's inflated market values for both the current fleet and the vehicles coming from enterprise. Now, yes, if there's $25,000 and that vehicle sells for $20,000, absolutely, the entity holds that $5,000 gap. But I would never bring that recommendation to your table if that's the scenario. Let's call it 10 years from now, and the market completely flips and trucks aren't worth anything these days. All we would do is extend that vehicle out another year, or 2 years, or 3 years. And 5, 6 years ago, we were running a lot of our pickup trucks 5 years, 60 months, and depreciate them down to $5,000 and then selling them for $15,000, right? Right now, that doesn't make sense. It makes sense to get out of the vehicle sooner. But again, we've got all that flexibility built in to where we can extend the lease out longer or get out sooner. But again, if I bring those recommendations to your table, and being that we know the industry, we sold over 1 million vehicles last year. We sell over 1 million vehicles every year. We know what these vehicles are selling for, and that's where our recommendations are coming from. If we save you money and we can prove this concept out, you're going to take another vehicle with us, and you're going to continue on this approach. And as you see the maintenance costs go down, you see your fuel costs go down, you feel that equity coming back, your team's morale is better, your operational, less downtimes, all those things that come into play with this model, that's when we continue to do business.
You guys can put your hand up and tell me you've had enough, whatever you want to stop.
You can talk, I'm fine with you talking, go ahead.
Rate factor, you mentioned it earlier. So what is the percentage rate factor on these vehicles?
Yep, so this is an equity lease model, so we're funding to a remaining balance. So it's a different formula, but to answer your question directly, the 3-year treasury bill plus 350 basis points.
Okay, so give me, what is that today?
5%.
5%.
Don't hold me to that, but 5 approximate.
Who's
And
gonna
it's
perform the maintenance on these? You talk about the maintenance being included.
Yeah.
That's a loaded question. I know the answer, but I don't know if everybody does. Who can perform the maintenance on these vehicles?
could you?
I know.
Okay.
Because I'm saying, my question, I want everybody else to hear the
Yeah.
answer. Who can perform maintenance on these?
Most definitely. So right now we have a bit of a mix from a maintenance perspective, what you're doing today. Your road and bridge department has a few mechanics that does some of the maintenance, but they're still outsourcing a portion of it. Sheriff does he outsources all of his maintenance from my understanding. With our program, we have 3 different options that you can do. One, you don't have to involve me at all, and you can keep us completely out of the picture. The vehicles that are coming from Enterprise, let's say we bring these 29 vehicles in next year, that we have a fixed full maintenance program on that F-150 or F-250 on that 12 or 24 month term. It'll range about $20, $24 a month. And from a government perspective, the benefit of this is it's fixed across the board. So all preventative, all non-preventative maintenance, here's your cost, fixed. Now, with that program and the maintenance management program for your existing fleet that I can put on day one for all of your vehicles in the fleet until the new vehicles show up, we leverage the local dealer. We leverage the local maintenance shops. I'm the driver. I go into Mr. Jesse's shop and I say, hey, I'm on the Enterprise program. He takes our maintenance card. He works with our ASC certified technicians. We're working with him to make sure it's the right maintenance, right interval. And at the end of the day, we pay the bill. And whether you're on that fixed program or the pay-as-you-go structure, all that data is integrated with our system. We pay them, gets passed through to you, or it's already fixed. And then the data gets integrated through our system. So as we're coming back on these quarterly reviews, we're analyzing that data and bringing the recommendations based around that, based around fuel, based around the vehicle itself, the market value, all those things to help you make the right decisions. One of the things that I understand about you all from commissioner standpoint is you like the analytics, you like the numbers. We do an annual client review where we're going to show you every single cost, every single transaction. You've got it in our Enterprise dashboard, all those things from a maintenance, fuel, et cetera. So it brings a ton of data, a ton of reporting to really help you guys understand what's really going on from a vehicle standpoint.
Are these, they are able to receive any kind of grants? Are they eligible to use those purchases since they're not actually buying them and they're leasing?
Yeah.
Do you know, are grants usually agreeable to your program?
Yeah, especially once we start seeing electric vehicles over the next 10 years potentially coming in. When that grant money hits, we just be transparent with us. We're going to know with the team, and maybe we need to set some of my more non-for-profit type entities. They have to hold the vehicle for 3 years, or we have to put certain money down. We've got all the flexibility to where we can customize the structure, the financial structure and the holding structure to accommodate that grant. And if we need a 3-year term with X amount of money down or whatever it be, we can accomplish that, leverage that, and then keep moving forward from there. But absolutely, grants we want to use those monies, right?
Although I reserve the right to change my mind, I have 2 questions. One is based off what you've told us so far. The terms can vary live. So in other words, when they get a vehicle, let's say the sheriff gets one, maybe that's not the best example, whatever. Let's just say there's a vehicle in the fleet somewhere. And initially you're thinking this is a 3 to 4 to 5 year deal, but all of a sudden the market changes like it has. And you're like, hey, we need to put these super duties because they're bringing good money right now. Do they have the option to change the term? Do you have the option to change the term? Maybe you're saying, hey, we're going to flip these every 2 years. Now all of a sudden the used market falls off, the new ones go up, and you say, hold on, we need to keep these 5 years. When is that number established on a term, or is it established?
I don't do anything unless you tell us to do it. So if we're set up on a 36-month term and the market's as strong as it is today, we've got all the flexibility to get out, and we're going to bring that recommendation to your table. Because again, if we can flip a vehicle every year, we're going to do it, right? If we can profit off a vehicle, there's no doubt we want to make that recommendation. And if you're comfortable with the operational aspect of that, we will absolutely bring that vehicle and get you out sooner. To the point, if we need to extend out longer, we come out, we say, hey, we're break even right now. It's a 3-year-old vehicle. We could probably extend this vehicle out another 2 years, and let's extend it out, depreciate it down, and sell it at that point when the time's right. And even if we're fully depreciated, maybe 6-7 years into the deal, we've got some vehicles that are fully depreciated and they got $25,000 of equipment on them, and it just doesn't make sense to sell it and bring a new one in. It's got 40,000 miles on it. It's very lightly used vehicle. We can extend it out even longer. So extremely flexible, but again, they're registered to you, your
Do the
vehicle.
payments change when you do that then? Or how's that?
If you wanted to up the depreciation, you absolutely can. So if we're trending, we got a 36-month term and we're at 1.35% because we know we can sell them extremely strong, and you want to up it to 1.8% to depreciate that faster, given the environment, you can. But after we deliver that vehicle, we're never going to make you change that term. That's a decision on your behalf.
And then for now, finally, what if the county would decide that this seems to be a good program for some of their departments, but not for all of the departments? Are you okay with a partial commitment instead of a complete commitment? And if nothing else, that would let them get a feel for what it's like to decide if they want to add additional funds.
Certainly. I've only got Road and Bridge and Sheriff in this analysis. So there's other vehicles, like I mentioned earlier. I would like to keep all these vehicles in the model, and I would like you all, again, I'm not here to sell you guys vehicles. I want you to be bought into this. I want you to believe in this and go into it in the right direction, because another question that often comes up when I go to have conversations with commissioners is, what's going to make this program fail? And the only reason this program is going to fail is if you all aren't bought into this and you don't go into it with that model. So from that perspective, we can customize this however you like. I've got 29 vehicles year one. Like I told you, I'm not confident we can get 29 vehicles in here in 12 months. So from that perspective, I want to work with you. I want to be extremely transparent, and I want to figure out what works best for your entity with your departments. And if you tell me it's just Road and Bridge, that's great. If we want to try a portion on each side for now. But again, we have to earn your business next year. We're not telling you to take every single vehicle out of these two departments day one, right? It's still an organic structure, but I want you to go into it with the right strategy.
What I don't understand is if we can't buy them any cheaper than we're buying them now, do you think he can get more money out of one, so through you? I mean, trading one back?
Well, I don't have as much experience as he does, so all I can do is tell you things that I'm concerned about. One of the things I'd be concerned about is how quick there's individual costs that can't be recouped when he goes to resell, I don't think. For example, we'll use the sheriff's department. They have quite a few accessories, outfits, radios, lights, sirens, these types of things that would have to be moved from a vehicle to vehicle. So I don't know that it's going to make sense to flip those every year, because you're going to have that fixed cost that you have to pay an outfitter to move it from vehicle A to vehicle B. But if you take your public works trucks that got a headache rack and a yellow strobe light, a CD radio, you can pull those accessories off in a couple of hours. And right now, Super Duty trucks have a tremendous resale value. So in that case, that gets back to the, you can flip them and make money off the price concession that you're saving. Another reservation I have as a dealer, I know that Ford Motor Company stopped taking fleet orders last August for 22 model vehicles. And I have customers who buy fleet business, which would be the same type of orders that you would get, but they're not government, but they're business entities, who ordered new Super Duties last April. And that's not true. He ordered last June, and they're not scheduled to be built until April. And they're going to be a year before he gets them. And I don't know how quickly you're going to be able to, now maybe Dodge, Ram, GM are building them quicker. But my concern on the backside is how quickly you're going to be able to replenish some of those vehicles. Just being very transparent, that's part of how they're going to make this work. And then you're going to be paying that 5% on the money, which is what it is today, and your monthly fee, these types of things. Again, I would say, we work with enterprise fleet companies. We have a good working relationship with them from the service side. I've done a lot of courtesy deliveries. So I have no problem with enterprise specifically, but yeah, those are the things you need to ask. Do you want to manage this, or do you want someone else to manage it for you? Because that's basically what it boils down to. And pay the fee to do it. But then you won't see me in here anymore. Maybe that's worth the difference. I mean, you won't see us anymore because they'll do everything for you. In fact, as a dealer, I technically won't sell it, but don't let that bother you, because what he's going to pay me for courtesy delivery fee is as much as I make on the cars I sell you anyway. And I'll still put my cop sign on the back of it when it comes to being PDI. Okay, so that's not a deal buster to me. Well, honestly, I'm more curiosity oriented here today as a taxpayer than I am as a business owner. I just happen to know.
So as a taxpayer, you think it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I need to stew and soak on some of this stuff.
I think we all do.
I'm gonna ask them to look these cards.
And I would like to see, I would like to see your list of counties like us, whether it's in different states or wherever, that's 3 years into it, 6 years, and 10 years into it. And like 3 or 4 of each is what I'd like to see, to where we can actually reach out and talk to them.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. And just a few points from an equipment standpoint, he's spot on. Though the emergency response vehicles that we're running 4 years, we're not flipping those every year because they got $10,000 worth of equipment on them. Okay. Now, to that point, 911 Custom, Serve, Cage Manufacturing, a lot of these aftermarket vendors, they'll rotate some of the equipment over, or to the point you can do it on your own if you have the capabilities to do so. Again, that's where that partnership comes in. But on those 150s, 250s, Traverse, Tahoe, Explorer, Expedition, those types of vehicles are flipped out more rapidly. So again, really where we come in, and to answer your question, the strategy is what we're bringing to the table here. But again, we're leveraging the local dealer for deliveries, for maintenance, the fuel stations, if you have fuel cards in the cars, as you do. We're leveraging all these local folks and bringing that to the table as well.
How much does it hurt the resale value as far as all the upfits, the holes we drill in them and everything whenever we go to sell the car?
You know, that's going to vary by vehicle. If you've got like your public works trucks, those are probably going to get resold to some other company who's going to use it in a fleet type entity or a farmer. Quite honestly, they're not going to care. But you take like an Explorer, again, that's going to have to go to a smaller municipality, a Prescott, Kansas, a Pleasanton, Kansas that wants to buy a used patrol car that's 3 years old, 70,000 miles on it. And they're not probably going to care either, because they're going to want to put some of that equipment back in it. I don't know how many actual like passenger vehicles you have that maybe, you know, whatever your county appraisers go out in, those types of things. I don't know that they do a lot of drilling in them. I think it's probably, you know, a wash. From a contract standpoint, you're going to ask them to sign some type of contract, I would guess. I don't know what the legal deal is, me being a taxpayer, but I would love to actually see the contract and be able to read it and have an understanding, because no disrespect, but what you tell us here today means nothing. What is important is what's in that contract. I mean, you want to make sure that it reflected everything, that you're all on the same understanding. So, you know, that's what I would like to see at some point too, to see how this all looks on paper.
Yeah.
So your previous, this is for Jesse, if you have a company that's a fleet buyer that, you know, has been buying several trucks from you at a time every year, they're still paying more than, when you go to order those vehicles, they're still paying more than the government costs.
So absolutely, because you get GPCs.
So this is my beef, maybe it's just me, but how can that be right for you to profit off the government by using our name to do that? That maybe I don't understand it right, but if you can buy a vehicle for $40,000 or $50,000, for example, and everybody else has to pay 55 or 60 or whatever it may be, how can that be? Just because you can do it doesn't make it right to do.
Few key pieces here. When I sell that vehicle, you get the equity. So I'm not profiting off that. I am profiting off the lease structure. And just to be clear,
There is equity. I mean,
but I wouldn't make that recommendation if there isn't equity. So to be clear, we're not in the business of flipping every vehicle after 6 or 12 months just because we can, because that's what we want to do. What my job is to do for every single vehicle is to figure out what's the lowest cost of ownership with acquisition, resale, our cost, maintenance, fuel, insurance, everything, right? And for some vehicles, that's 4 or 5 years or longer. Some vehicles, that's 1 or 2 years, right? So we're not in the business of just flipping every single vehicle as quickly as we can, because that's what we can do. And in addition to that, it might not make sense operationally. Again, we have to get this vehicle upfitted. We have to bring that vehicle in. We have to sell that vehicle. There's some logistics with that piece. But to Mr. Jesse's point, we're helping you with some of those efficiencies and making that process easier. But again, I would push back on that, being that it's your buying power And the government's giving you, from an entity standpoint, those incentives, not me.
I don't have any more questions.
You have any, Danny?
No, I just need to learn about you.
Jesse, you have any? Well,
Hey,
Government price concessions, are these true price concessions or a subsidy coming back? They're true price concessions.
Last piece.
and why was that important to you? Go ahead.
Because if it's a subsidy coming back from the government, then the taxpayers get whacked again.
Well, I knew the answer, but I wanted you to say it. Kevin, you haven't spoken at all. Do you want to say anything?
Yeah, when Mr. Olson come in and pitched the program to us, it sounded really well. And so I reached out to Jesse, a lifelong guy who I've been asking questions on vehicles. Even when I worked in other places, I'd call Jesse and say, hey, tell me about this, or send him a picture or something and tell me what that's off of. So a guy who I respect and trust. When I talked to him, he said, look, these things aren't always bad. Sometimes there's benefits to them. So my goal was to get Mr. Olson to talk to you guys honestly, because I don't know how to take this. To me, it's almost kind of unreal. And when you're talking about replacing patrol cars every 4 or 5 years, I'm scared of that because of my upfit costs and how we would change our budgeting. I think there could be some different things that we would have to do. And I fear that because I fear change when it comes to these stable processes. Right now, I go sit down with my auto dealer, I order my car, we spend some hours. I spend a lot of hours in upfit and procurement of equipment. And when I start looking at saving dollars on moving patrol cars every 4 or 5 years or whatever the program is, it quite frankly, I'm a little bit in fear of it. So I wanted to put it on your shoulders essentially to gain further understanding and hear Mr. Olson again, and quite frankly, have my auto dealer, who I personally deal with and through our government deal with, ask those questions because I don't know. I guess I would say I haven't been educated enough on this program to be able to make a good decision. But at the face value, it sounds really well, and I don't have any reason to disbelieve it. I have talked to Sheriff Hill in Shawnee County. I've talked to the sheriff in Ellis County. I rode in his enterprise fleet vehicle because we went to dinner one night. They both love the program. They say it is a money savings program. They say it was really hard to swallow because it does take some of that away from us, and we would be very controlling when we're talking about the safety of our fleet and the equipment that's in our fleet. But knowing that Enterprise does business with our same partners who we currently deal with, whether it be our local service stations, our local auto dealer, or our upfit company, that makes me feel a lot better. And if the savings is truly there, I wanted our people to realize that, hey, maybe there's a reason that we don't go with this program because maybe there's something more important than the savings to us. And I don't care how this goes. I'm very neutral. But it's also kind of exciting to see a different program that does not remove my vendors or my service providers from my fleet, because I trust who works on our vehicles and I trust the reasons that they do certain things. And, to me, that's one thing that's really important when I'm putting a deputy out on the street to have to drive fast to a bad time. I want to make sure that they're in something safe. The only thing I can see this program doing is making that safer, because instead of 6, 8, and 10-year-old vehicles that are in our fleet currently, we would have a lot newer fleet. We have a hard time maintaining our fleet, and it's not your fault. I don't think it's my fault. It's just the way it's always been, because we have so many cars out there on running on hard roads. we're running where most people don't run, whether it's, ditches or washboard roads or what have you. So I'm kind of excited about it. I'm a little bit leery about it. But that's why I think we need the community's input. And with Jesse being here, I appreciate that greatly. I think we just have to keep asking questions and get to the end of this. If it's a doable thing, we'll budget a little bit differently for it. And if it's not a doable thing, we'll keep doing what we do. So that's my thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, a couple last pieces here. Spot on, Sheriff's comments there. Huge philosophy change. We're talking about going from a 13-year cycle to a 3-year cycle on average. So huge philosophy change. And again, that's why a lot of these partnerships grow over the years and change over the years because of that change in place. To the point, from a contract perspective, I will get all that to you all. From a legal perspective, I will get that to you just so you can review. We know there's going to be red lines. Please just communicate with me what that looks like, and we'll get that process, at least get the contracts to you for your review. I will get you the contacts for some of our current partners and references for you to reach out to, in addition to the ones that we already did. Please reach out to them, and then ask questions from there. My card is right here, and I believe you all have that email as well. And I would love to come back, and after you have time to analyze the analysis more in depth, after you have time to have some internal discussions, I'd love to come back and answer any further questions that you have and continue to work through the process. Again, we want to set this thing up properly. If you all are willing to move forward with us, and we want to make sure we have all the questions, all the concerns taken care of before we get things rolling here for you.
You guys have anything else?
Thank you. Hey, Jesse, thank you for coming over and
Thanks a lot.
looking out for us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We're good.
We got some executive sessions.
Yeah, we've got executive sessions.
Let's do it.
We got 25 minutes executive session, 15 with David for personnel, and 10 minutes with Sean for legal. It's for 25 minutes total. That's my motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. All right. Ready to go.
Got a little action from
Okay, yeah.
executive session.
It really not necessarily anything that even requires action from you, but I wanted to make the announcement public and get it in the minutes that I did offer a job in my office to Michelle Kelly for accounts payable. And starting salary at 1509, which is range 8, step C.
Okay.
Congratulations on her coming over. And she's kind of local to the area, right?
She just lives here
Okay.
locally now. She has not lived in this area for a long time, but
Right.
that's good. 1509. 1509.24. Still at the attention on it. Let's go.
Is that all we got?
That's all I got.
You got something, Jesse?
Yeah.
Okay, come on up, state your name.
Hi, name's Jesse Willard. I'm the owner of the old nursing home building in Prescott, Kansas. I know I've been in here. It's been a little over 3 years, just kind of trying to work with people and see where we're at, what we could do to. But I'm kind of at a position where I'd like to, go one way or the other. I have options with my building. I know there's a need for apartments and housing, but there's also a big need for elderly care in the county. I feel like right now is a good time to see if you guys would like to partner somehow. We formed a nonprofit. We've been talking to developers, brought some in here. But I know there's a grant through USDA that's up to $1 million, but it's a 75%, 25%. So it would need match 25%, which would be 300 something thousand. And that will be in June to July, somewhere in there at a national level. I know that you guys have received ARPA money since we've last talked. I didn't know if maybe that would be some interest. You guys would have any interest in using some of those funds towards supporting a nonprofit, do something a little smaller, maybe not a full-blown nursing home, but start working towards it. I think that we could I just think that's the idea for me is I would love to use that building towards the original reason that I think would be the best for the community. Now, I feel like if I go the other direction, make some apartments, do something else, and I think later on when commissions change or needs change, I feel like that it's going to be a lot more expensive for you guys and your community to provide for that need. So I just would like for you guys to help make some of that decision. If you guys are willing to participate, listen to some developers, listen to some of the options, whether it be through USDA or whether the ARPA funds could qualify. I talked to Jessica and she said, well, it'd be best to talk with you guys and see if you're even willing to go down that path. I know there's ways we can. And I just kind of overlooked the willingness part. So I'm willing to work with you guys with the building through a lease or some way. But I would like to see some willingness on your end, whether you'd be like, use the ARPA funds or whatever level you'd like to do. I know with Jim, I've talked and he said he'd like to know what the people want. And I just think that maybe we need to start.
Well, why don't we just, and Jesse, I appreciate you coming here. I'm not trying to be rude, but how much is it going to cost to put it on to put it to a vote to the community?
Well, once you have a specific question in mind that you want to put before the people, it would be an advisory election. It's got to be separate from any other. So would we decide that probably would cost?
I mean, it's several $1,000s.
But that's not all you're asking for. You're asking for us to, if I'm right, are you asking for a sales tax to be assessed? Hold on. And partial, if it's a 25% payback, are you asking the county to produce those funds?
Well,
if it's a USDA loan and you said 75, 25,
Yeah, the grant,
are you asking the county to foot that 25%?
So the qualifications for that grant, we talked to them, and it needs to be a nonprofit. And it
No,
has-
no,
and it has
Jesse,
to be
just
an operating business.
because we all got other things to do too. But I'm just asking you. So if you get a 75% grant, who's paying for the 25%? Who do you want to pay for
Well,
it?
before the nonprofit. And
Either way.
so whoever would like to donate to the nonprofit, which would be, I would hope, the county.
You want the county to pay the 25%?
Support that.
And are you still requesting that in the end, after all this is done, is there going to be would you like an assessment for taxes to sustain the capabilities of that nursing home that we had talked about?
Well, that would be nice if you guys would commit to that. I mean, the two things I'm looking at here is one step would be the ARPA funds, be a one-time thing to support a nonprofit to get started. The second thing would be the ongoing support, whether you guys put it to a vote for your people to find out if they would like to continually have a nursing home for years to come, or if it's something that, I think that, it's a lot of commitment. So I just didn't know if you guys would like to do a smaller, obligation, if you didn't want to go to your people to talk about a tax levy, if we just wanted to do the ARPA funds. I personally would like to see a nursing home that is supported upfront, get the grant money, go to a vote for the people, as well as when it does go to a vote, be supported for years to come.
Okay.
That's what I'd like to see, and I would like the people to be able to choose that. Now, the legal way that you guys charge the people, or however the tax levy is, that's where your involvement would come in, is where you would be willing to do. There's a lot of ways you can.
Okay.
But Gary,
I mean,
you guys,
you know as well as I do, we've gone through this scenario a lot of times.
yeah.
So I'll just ask Jim and Danny. I mean, do you want to tax the people?
Well, I mean, we tax the
25%?
people up in your district with the hospital district,
Okay.
1.6 million, and we don't spend the money though. That's my fight, and that's not for Jesse. It's for the entire county. I don't understand why we don't have a countywide health board.
Okay.
Because right now we're charging your district tax money, and we're putting it in a savings account, and then we're not spending it. I don't think that's right at all. I think that it should be a countywide, and that's what helps support Jesse. If it was Jesse.
You can't dissolve their board without them agreeing to dissolve it.
No, I agree, but we can let everybody know that there's approximately how much in that account?
I'd have to look again, but just to make one thing clear, we're not putting money in a savings account. They are.
Okay, well,
We're not.
It's a hospital board that has it.
we're still taxing though.
Well, they are taxing, we're collecting it. Yeah.
That's just an.
They're taxing for their district and whatever. Yeah.
Hospital board in there.
I just think that, I mean, I'm trying to think, beyond tomorrow. I'm trying to think like long term when the power plant leaves that, I don't know. Jim, do you think it's fair that we don't have a hospital district down here?
Well, you have one, I don't have, and I don't have a problem with that really, because I'll tell you what, you guys had one for a long time, and it had a nursing home, and you see where we're at. So, I personally have a feeling we was involved in the doctor's office
We
or.
had a countywide hospital district at one time.
Yeah.
Included the whole county except for the little Prescott district.
And then we've dissolved it because we no longer own the doctor's office. So it tells me it's hard to make hospital districts work in the county, because we got into the doctor's office and we're no longer there. That didn't work. You guys had a hospital board down there with the nursing homes for years, and it's a tough business is what I think it is. And I think there's not a big profit margin there. So does all of Linn County want to have a money pit? And that's.
Well,
David, you
besides the
stopped in
money
too.
pit,
I just looked at the budget of the hospital district up there, because you mentioned the amount of money. They started the year 2021 with $1.4 million in their fund. We're estimating that they would start 2022 with 1.523.
And do what with it? Because I know that CHC wasn't providing any money when they moved into the building there, because I sat on that board and I'd asked that question, and from my understanding, there was no funds gave to CHC or anything like that to help start that business or, move.
And that's the question I got. If a nursing home is really wanted in the county, well, those guys are sitting on the money. I mean, maybe that's a place, that wants to build one.
Yeah.
There's no interest, I don't think, up there.
I don't think so either.
I just think it's a really tough business for small
Well,
communities.
Anyone I've been in, and my mom, or my dad was in Prescott, I mean, back in, and I got a lot of good, or my family did.
Yeah.
Couple different times, but I tell you, it's a tough business, and I don't think the government's any place to be in the medical business. I don't think so.
You've kind of been going down the road for what, almost 3 years now?
It's been a little over 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, at some point you got to call it, should do something different.
And to be fair, Jesse, I have yet to have, if I have, maybe one or two people, but I can name you multiple people that's told me personally, that's no place for Linn County to step off into. I've had more people tell me that side of it by far. I mean,
Well, I know, but how many of those people have actually operated a nursing home and managed professionally? That's something I would ask. And also, those people that are talking to you, can your people speak to you through a ballot to where my people could speak through a ballot?
We've offered
And
to have you, tried to get this on the ballot for a long time. I've been here for 1 year and 3 months now. And
that's what,
And that's been talked about a ballot, and
I don't put things on the ballot. That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm here, is because you guys have an election that comes up in August. And I don't know, David, it'd be a David question. When do the ballots need to be prepared? What the date is for that, if you guys decided to ask your people.
how interested are you in that ballot? Are you ready to put money in to operate this ballot? Is that something you step off in and be a partner on the ballot?
How much is it?
$10,000 maybe.
If I paid the county $10,000, would you put it on the ballot? I'll do that.
I don't think that's fair at all.
I'll do it. Because my other offer was to lease the building for free for 3 years. That was what I was going to ask you. If you guys would
Why
support
do
a
you think that's
nonprofit.
not fair when it's a business that he's interested?
It's a nonprofit, but you can charge the
So why do
nonprofit.
we?
I'll
why do we
donate the
give
money to the nonprofit.
Kansas Mental Health, what we give them every year, to support them, and we can't support a nursing home for our own people. I don't know. I mean, here's the deal. Jesse and I have had multiple arguments over this, and I don't answer his phone call. You guys do. I don't. But I still think it's very fair that we give him the opportunity. The dude's been here 3 years, and he's practically probably spent more money than we've all made in the last 10 years on this journey, and we're not even giving him a fair opportunity. It's not just us three trying to make this decision. If we need to put it on a ballot, let's put it in the people's hands. Let them decide what they want, and then that's our job. Our job's not to just make the decisions for everybody in the entire county and call it good. And because I mean, we don't always know the best. I just think that he needs a fair opportunity. I give it to the dude for pushing this far. So
I kind of question why we're not going to the next step of asking the people. I thought through our conversations that was the next step, and maybe I was confused. And then I also, with Rick, I thought that he had said that, maybe using the ARPA funds wasn't a tax portion.
I asked you to ask her, talk to her about it, because you'd asked.
Well, she won't talk to me until you guys decide if that's something you want to put some of your energies and your support with your people too. So it's back to you guys again. And I feel like it's timely.
We had a nursing home there at one time. Was there enough interest in this county anywhere to help that out to keep it going?
well, I don't think it. I mean, I could be wrong. I didn't pay attention back then. But why did the nursing home quit? It was because of the owner.
Yeah, it was bad management, and the hospital district that was in place was so small, that they only charged less than 4 mills, and they only generated
So that's tax money.
$35,000, and they employed 50 people, and they brought in $2 million in revenue.
So you go.
So
back
if you
to
divide
business that will not work and make itself.
It worked all the way up until then, and then it had problems with reimbursement, and then they got the wrong administrator. Well, what we're talking about doing is putting a management company above the administrator. The administrator runs one building. The management companies that we're talking to, they run 10 to 20 to 30 different buildings. They know how to make them work.
If it works, why don't private enterprise do it?
Because I asked Fred that, and he said that it's a really low margin, like 10%. This is not Medicare. It's not a prime location for Medicare. What it would run off is Medicaid and private pay. The facilities that he talked to, that he went and pitched to investors, are 27 to 30 something % return. That's where the private money's going. It's going to Medicare, where there's hospitals where they can do that 20 to 100 days of reimbursement. What we're looking at doing is something that is for more long-term. Yeah, you can get the 20 days to the 100. That's the gravy, but you've got to manage the basics, which is a real low profit
Who will pay
margin.
the long term? Where your money come from in the long term?
Medicaid or
Medicaid,
private.
private pay, from the customers.
That's where it runs into when it goes to Medicaid, that they don't get enough money per month.
Okay, I don't
To cover their.
to get more details. Yeah, they have a 95.9% return of cost. So if you spend $100, you're going to get 95.90 cents back. Now, if you raise the case mix index at a 1 and you raise it up to a 1.1 or 1.18, if you get on the Medicaid charts, you can look. Those guys adjust their care level so that their pay rate is 20% higher, and then they end up making 100, 105, 110% of the cost. So they make 5 to 10% profit on those. The nursing home did not do that before. The administrator did not do that. That's where I done my research with the state to learn where did they lose their money. So what you're saying is right, but the way you mitigate that is where professionals come in and do that. But you and I don't know all that. I've never done it. I've studied it. I could pass a test, but I've never real life done it in real life. I'm just asking for.
No, I appreciate that. I do have somewhere I have to be. So if you want to put yourself on a ballot or on the ballot, put yourself on the list and come back and speak and have more time. I don't mean to be rude, but it's somewhere I have to be. But I will say this, if we put anything on a ballot, whether it's advisor or anything, the question has to be specific of if you're going to want to tax somebody, an entity, which would be if you want 25% of a USDA to be paid for, 25% plus a mill levy, that needs to be upfront. It can't be just I want a nursing home, because anybody can say that.
I get that, but on the statutes, that 1107.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
Well, you don't know, but I do. I brought it in here. I was going to show Gary. That it tells you exactly what the question is. Will you support a elderly care home of this many meals per year?
Yeah.
That's where we would decide 3 meals for 3 years.
For advisory, so you're asking for a mill levy.
Well, I'm just asking either way would be fine. It's just a communication with the people.
If it's an advisory election, you're saying that it needs to spell out, it will include a mill levy, it will include a paying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Would that be something you'd be interested in doing as an advisory? So
Well, that's something Danny, I'll back up Danny on. If it's really something, and you're going to, however we consider footing the bill for it, but if it's got to be completely spelled out, because I don't think it'll pass anyway. I don't think anybody's going to write a ticket for $300,000 and a mill levy increase of.
How much is a fourth of your USDA loans? What's your?
Anyway, I got to go. I'll see you.
Well, it's about 300-something thousand if we got the full million, because you would be, let's say 1.3 and then 75%. There's going to be some communication that needs to happen between now and then, though. There needs to be, are you guys willing to support it?
Off subject though, because you already lost me a long time ago. I'm just trying to figure out if we turn it to the people and if they want it or not, and I just thinking I'm not trying to be rude, Jesse.
No,
I don't see, what's the difference of the money that we put into the power plant? Like, I mean, we're not turning a big profit there. I mean, hell, we don't even have a contract there anymore, but I just don't see the difference of trying to get a business here, provide for our.
I can see what you're saying, but I'll tell you what, it's just kind of like spending money here. If I got a pit here and a pit here, and I got another one, if we just keep digging holes, pretty soon we got a creek.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. And I think, and I agree what you're saying. I think there's a lot of places, including the power plant, like that I think we're wasting money. But if we just keep digging holes, it don't work. We've got to start cutting back. That's what I think.
I just think we need to get a plan together for the, I keep going back to the power plant. I mean, we don't have a plan at all.
We don't even have a contract.
Yeah, I mean, even for when it goes down, we don't even have a plan. And that's why I think it'd be foolish of us to not try to be bringing, businesses here to try to provide for people, housing, I mean, all that stuff. And, we don't even talk about a plan, which is crazy to me, but I think should be our number one priority.
But what we're talking about right here isn't a thing that brings revenue to Linn County as far as our taxpayers. It's gonna cost us more money.
Well,
Or you got something, Mike?
I'm just curious, since we're talking about the power plant, and if we're anticipating through this vote, if it'd be a yes, a mill levy increase on the taxpayers, that power plant shuts its doors, what are you gonna do with the people that are in the nursing home? Services will have to be cut in the county.
well, I think the power plant is talking about shutting in 10 years. We're looking at maybe doing like a 3-year support to get up and going. And once it's up and going, we're looking for profit. We're digging a hole. We're planting a seed. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, if we put something, we've got to know exactly what we're voting on, what you're saying, because I mean, we can't just keep putting it out there and think it's going to be 10 years. If you're going to say you want one for 3 years, then that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, if we could put the question out there, if you guys would maybe think that it'd be worth trying for 3 years, and then if it's profiting, good. If it's not, make a decision. If it's worth watering, if it's something that
But then
people,
we dumped $300 and some $1,000 into getting this deal going, and then 3 years down the road, if it don't work, it's down to 2.
I would have dumped almost that much too. And I'm just saying I'm willing.
I'm not saying we're not. It's I like a little bit more security where I put my money. That's what.
Yeah. Well, and I guess that, yeah, the question would be is, do you like elderly care in your community? Because that is a service that you'd be getting. Do you like jobs? Do you like to do things efficiently? When we already have a building that would work great down there, just needs a little bit of updating. Would you rather not use that and then build a brand new one? Because that looking at the long term doesn't seem like that's digging a bigger hole to me. And I know you personally would rather use what you have. And I'm just trying to figure out a way to offer to the county to work
I see
together.
one in Garnett, I mean, it isn't like I'm not around a minute, but I tell you what, they're not even full over there.
Yeah. Well,
There's a assisted living that is not full right now.
yeah.
And I think COVID had a big problem, as far as that, because people didn't get in, but,
Yeah.
we're going to call it quits right now, Jesse. I mean,
So could I come back or is what?
come back.
I mean, do you have any questions you'd like me to research or do, or is it?
I don't really. I don't. How about you?
I'd just like to stay on topic of if we're gonna let the community decide what they want, and then
We're going to get Rick back here. He's gone. And I think if you want to come back next week and talk about it, we can. But,
I don't think we should keep getting deeper and deeper into it.
No, I agree. I just, when they ask me questions, I try to answer, but.
Yeah, I know, but it just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and then it turns into an argument, and then
So,
3 months later, I mean,
so let's just do that. Let's stay with, I agree with what you're saying. I'm trying to, so I would like to know if the people could decide. I think that's the big question. I just think there's a lot of questions that you personally might have that we could sit down and work out. And there's a lot of knowledge amongst the people around here. So they're going to share their knowledge and then they're going to vote what they feel and think. So I think that's part of what we got to depend on. But there is a deadline to do that too, if we're going to agree to put it on a ballot.
Yep. You come back and we'll talk about it. Rick's gone.
So is that something, can I be on the ballot or the agenda for next week?
Yeah, just talk to David, get a hold of him after.
Jesse, thank you.
Thank you,
Make a
Jesse.
motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
How much time have you got? Let's go make a difference.
I'm having much time to spend in the discussions.
Yeah, please don't take this personally, but at times, when you've been in here, it's drug on for hours. It seems like there's no need for it. We don't have that kind of time. I'll take up the whole meeting.
We need to get to the answer, and that's for people to know. That's the only answer we need. That's kind of.
Jesse, we even talked, I guess, shut up. What about petition? See what the people want. You can do that with a petition.